Hello, good evening. The Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. We are pleased to welcome you to this meeting tonight. This is basically to have a brief discussion on how the people, Nigerians and diaspora, can help to strengthen Nigeria's democracy. And again, how individual Nigerians can pay attention, benefiting from the experience of the 2023 elections, to build structures that will allow the citizens to engage in our electoral process. So it's our pleasure to welcome you. May I invite Prince Rampam Jr. to give us a brief talk on what COPDEM is about and what exactly they are doing to kick off this meeting tonight. Thank you. Prince Rampam, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Daniel Lumba. And our welcome to our guest, Prince Valentine. Well, COPDEM is the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. The mission of COPDEM is to promote and protect the ideals of democracy in government policies and practices for good governance and dividends of democracy for all. The vision of COPDEM is for a prosperous Nigeria in peace and unity. Free and fair elections are critical to the objectives of COPDEM as an organization, as well as ensuring equal opportunities for Nigerians from all backgrounds and in all aspects of the national life. The project of COPDEM is much bigger than just agitations for the judicious resolution of elections, especially the 2023 elections petitions. It is about being unbiased, non-partisan promoters of and protectors of Nigeria's democracy. And critical to the formation and concerns of COPDEM is the conduct of the 2023 general elections. There were glaring, gross violations of the 2022 Electoral Act, as well as all sorts of malpractices perpetrated by parties, politicians, and worst of all, the electoral empire, the independent National Electoral Commission. That is, in a nutshell, what COPDEM stands for. And we're pleased that you're all here. And Dan, I would like to hand over the mic to you, if you don't mind. Please pardon my surroundings. We are facing NEPA, so once in a while I may be off camera. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Somadina. Are you available to tell us why Nigeria needs such a structure that Mr. Rampam Jr. have just described? Somadina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, depending on what part you're joining us from. So we're here today to set the path for the way forward for lovers of democracy in Nigeria. As everyone would agree, there is a problem with the voting system. And we have commissioned a team of people to go back and do a critical postmortem of the last election with view to understanding where within our powers did we not cover up our ranks properly? And we do have some very good findings from that. You will all agree with me, there is a problem with the voting system. And we have found a consistent pattern that has been used to reduce votes within the country, and this has been in place since 2015 and following the subsequent elections of 2019 and 2023. Nigerians need to solve this problem, else people would be wasting their time expecting a change. And this is what COPDEM should be doing. This is what COPDEM should focus on. And this is what the people of Nigeria should come together to make that change. What we have learned is that with the way the election happened, with the way the votes were assigned to the Labour Party candidate, Peter Obi, if some of these loose ends were covered, Peter Obi victory at the election would be uncontestable. So as a matter of fact, from our work so far, we have every evidence to believe that Peter Obi scored the highest number of votes, popular votes, in this election. And we will now show you, or we'll tell you, we'll give you a sneak peek into how some of those votes we are taking out. Come with me. So there were certain top issues that were identified, which a special team, COPDEM will have to work, set a special team in place to fix some of these issues. What are the background? We do have a report of all local governments across the country where accredited voters. So an accredited voter is a voter who went to the polling units with their PVC, presented the PVC to the polling officers. The PVC got verified. After the PVC has been verified, the person steps forward to the BVAS machine and goes through the voter verification process, either through their thumbprint or their facial recognition. And so only the voters that were able to be successfully accredited were accounted for in this analysis. We are aware that there are a ton of places where people went to the polling unit, but they could not cast their votes, and would also explore some of those reasons. We do have a report of all local governments across the country where accredited voters are less than 15% of registered voters by BVAS in the 2023 election. What this means is that in those polling units and in those local governments, if there are 100 voters, INEC is telling us that only 15 at most came forward for accreditation. And what we find interesting is that all local governments in the country with less than 15% accredited voters happened strangely to be in the strongholds of the Labour Party. For the purpose of this presentation, I will define the stronghold of the Labour Party to be the following states. There are other areas outside these states where there are also strong support, but that geographical spread is not sufficient in some of those states. So the strongholds for this election were in the North Central, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Nasarawa, Plateau, Benue. In the Northeast, Adamawa, Taraba. In the Northwest, Kaduna. In the Southeast, Abia, Anambra, Enugu, Ebonyi, and Imo. In the South-South, Rivers, Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. And in the Southwest, Lagos State. So, in all of these states that we identified, all the local governments in the country with less than 15% turnout were in all of these states. The national average was 27%, and we suspected and saw a tactical pattern of voter suppression, and we need to uncover those specific modes. Then we looked into the strongholds of the APC. There is no local government in the APC stronghold, where accredited voters is less than 15% of the registered voters. For instance, states that have been tagged as strongholds of the APC recorded 33 local governments with more than 35% accredited voters, and the national average was 27%. So you can see a consistent pattern of making sure that the total vote, election is a game of numbers, of making sure that the total vote in APC strongholds are always high compared to the total votes in the Labour Party stronghold. And a lot of people will tell you it's voter apathy. Our work and our analysis so far has revealed that voter apathy was not the case. And you will come to find that out very soon. So, in APC strongholds, there were up to 80% of the local governments, 60 to 80% of the local governments in APC strongholds, all had accredited voters turnout more than the national average. And so you can see a consistent pattern of suppressing the votes in the Labour Party stronghold. Now, those are the things we have to pay attention to. And this is what COPDEM, through you, or you, through COPDEM, should be working to change. Again, when I started this, I told you that our research has shown that Peter Obi, our candidate, secured the highest popular votes in this election by virtue of his strongholds. We also uncovered certain patterns that made the Labour Party candidate's performance seem to not be at par to historical trends in areas of strongholds. And so we do also acknowledge that the Obidati ticket in 2023 obtained majority voters' share in cosmopolitan cities such as Lagos State, FCT Abuja, despite attempts to manipulate during election result collation. Port Harcourt also showed the same pattern, but as we could tell after analyzing the results released by INEC on the BIVA, on IREV, that the numbers in Port Harcourt were changed. And so for us, and what we want COPDEM to focus on is COPDEM, the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy in Nigeria, needs to focus on how more actual votes can be recorded in strongholds of their candidate of choice in the 2027 election. And so, efforts need to be made. Some of these efforts have already been made to identify local governments in areas of core support where the following are suspected to have happened based on the 2023 election data. There are issues that cannot be captured on BIVAS and on the IREV, and there are issues that can be captured on BIVAS and on the IREV. Issues that can be captured on the BIVAS are result manipulation at the polling unit, ward, and local government. That is not the priority. That is not the focus in this particular study or in this particular effort. The focus is on issues that cannot be captured on the BIVAS and on the IREV. And so we're going to, over time, improve our understanding and educate the consciousness of voters about these issues. I'll keep you in mind. In the election, we noticed that there were chants of thugs going to disrupt election in Lagos and in Edo State. 2 thugs were mentioned. The one was in Lagos and the other was in Edo State. In the local government of the thug, the prominent thug in Lagos, the Labour Party won that local government, Oshodi local government. While the local government of the prominent thug in Edo State, the Labour Party also won that local government. So what that tells us is that we have a strategy as the obedient movement to solve the thug problem. And that strategy is, if there is a thug in an area, identify that thug, name that thug, and all eyes will be on that thug. Will they still try to dissuade the election? Yes, but their impact will be greatly reduced. And so what did we learn from our analysis? We learned that in areas where the thugs were not named, in areas where the thugs were not mentioned, in areas where people didn't bring the names of the thug to the public, those thugs were successful in rigging elections in those areas. And so you can agree with me now that if we have the names of thugs in every local government across the country before the election. And we're not just focusing on Lagos, and we're mentioning the thugs in Adamawa, the thugs in Taraba, the thugs in Anambra. We're mentioning their names. That will call them to attention, even as they go around to perpetuate their activities. And we were able to quantify how much votes we will gain from naming, identifying those thugs, getting those names, working through the structures, making those names available to the party hierarchy, and then the campaign council actioning and working closely with the public to make sure that those people are known and their activities can be curtailed. And this is for the future election. And so the issues that cannot be captured on beavers are, number one, and we do need this information from you as well, instances of people for whom the beavers machine did not accredit their voter's card. So what this means is people that the beavers machine could not identify their PVC, and people that could not verify their biometric fingerprint or facial recognition. We also need instances of the beavers machine not working continuously for multiple voters, and those where replacement machines were provided. What we are made to believe is that once a replacement machine is provided, it overrides the accredited votes that have been attributed to that polling unit. And so we saw a systematic pattern where every polling unit in Labour Party strongholds with a lot of registered voters, with a high number of registered voters, there were tactical voter suppression. And so COPDEM is the coalition for the protection of democracy. And this is what we have to do. All hope is not lost. We have also gotten data from the Imo State, Kogi State, and Bayelsa State election, and I would mention a couple things about that. Now, we also want to flag collusion with INEC local government officers. While we focus on INEC at the headquarters, the INEC chairman at the headquarters would not be the one to give those instructions at the grassroots level. We need to start holding INEC electoral officers, INEC local government supervisors, INEC local government electoral officer, INEC supervisory presiding officers in the local governments accountable. We have to be able to name these people so that they know that eyes are on them, because people actually act when there is no camera, there's no light shining on them. So that one, then the other are areas where insecurity reduces the voters turnout, and we do have those areas. We have seen local governments in Labour Party strongholds that could not return 5,000 accredited voters. And we checked the election pattern for the governorship election. And we also noticed that for some of those local governments, they also could not produce that number of registered voters. And so these are some of the things that we'll be looking forward in the coming election. So to round up, the suspected modes of voter suppression that we found in Labour Party strongholds were pre-election, continuous insecurity in Labour Party strongholds, at least 2 years prior to the election, scaremongering of voters' attack by political thugs in Labour Party strongholds, opposition campaigns of ethnic and religious bigotry, redeployment of critical INEC and security officials prior to the election, and upstream logistic delays in election material distribution to state offices. And on the day of the election, electronic manipulation of beavers machines to fail PVC accreditation for some people, presenting incorrectly configured beavers at the polling unit, downstream delay of election materials by INEC State Rec, the local government electoral officer, and the supervisory presiding officers from the grassroots distribution centers, as well as the late arrival of INEC staff. And so, in summary, 2 key issues. Number 1, delay in material distribution reduced accredited voters in Labour Party strongholds by 40%. If in the next election, we focus on making sure that election logistics, material distribution is monitored closely, the Labour Party will gain more than 2 million votes just by addressing the logistic problem. And this is a community, because the distribution happens at the community level, and the people who distribute these materials are known within the community. Then number 2, the issue of thuggery, addressing this at the grassroots level will gain the Labour Party an additional over 1 million votes. And so with this, I would stop for now and I would hand over to the moderator of the meeting. Yeah, Mr. Dan. So there's still more work to be done. This is not the final work. This is just starting work. And all hands are needed to make sure that we protect democracy and we uphold the dignity of the common man in Nigeria. Thank you. Moderator.
Yeah, we thank you very much, Somadina, for that brief presentation. This is a synopsis of a report that has been prepared that we will have to discuss again later. So let me use this opportunity to once again acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker tonight, Mr. Valentine Ozigbo. So let's introduce our keynote speaker. Mr. Ozigbo, please. Does Mr. Ozigbo need introduction? Everyone knows his role over the years in championing true democracy, not only in his state, but across the country. Mr. Ozigbo, are you available to speak now? Okay, allow participants to mute themselves. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for being with us tonight. The theme we expect you to address us on tonight is engaging the diaspora to build democracy in Nigeria. We are ready to listen to you, sir, Mr. Ozigbo.
All right, thank you so very much. I am deeply, deeply honored to be with you this evening. I am making this call from Cairo, where I have visited for the IATF Intra-Africa Trade Fair happening here at the city center. I will be hosting a sporting championship, which I've been very passionate about. Since 2017, I've been doing this. So this is the first time we're going to be hosting this in Cairo. So it's been a long journey, sets of meetings when I arrived here. But because of the importance of this, I had to rush back to my hotel to make this call. So I don't have any prepared speech, but I'm happy to engage on this topic. Let me start off by way of appreciation. Appreciation to the COPDEM team for a fantastic job they've been doing. You know, engaging like this at a time like this on issues like this, it's not the most inspiring of things to do. A lot of people continue to feel downcast. In fact, at any passing day. So it's a tough job for me to actually even talk to you guys, because I'd rather, you know, hit when the ovation, when the momentum is high, when people are hopeful and expectant. But when you see people almost, you know, depressed, it's not an easy job to engage, especially on things they already know, and maybe perhaps things they've already lacked utmost hope in. In fact, where I had the privilege of having this type of engagement recently in Lagos at a niche lecture, I sat on the side with some people who were going to be part of the panelists. And their submissions basically was, there's no hope. You know, the argument, the debate was, is there still any hope for this country? And I will speak briefly on those. So for COPDEM, I really have to thank you guys. You keep the momentum going. You keep doing the right things, keeping us focused. So once more, thank you. I don't want to mention your various names because I run the risk of missing some of you. So let me just stay on that. Again, before I start, I noticed the flyer that was circulated had also our principal, Mr. Peter being His Excellency, as a special guest at tonight's event. He hasn't been mentioned. If he's not able to come, I believe the audience would deserve to know. I was hoping that he could have made his brief remarks if he can confirm, but I don't know. I'm just asking publicly. That said, let's go to the reason for our conversation this evening. I mean, when I saw this, when Kingland shared this topic with me, I see diaspora and I see democracy. These are the two topical words that are coming out of this subject matter. And when you talk about diaspora, you start to wonder what has been their intervention in the years gone by. What has been their gameplay? I was privileged to be in Atlanta like a few weeks ago, where I had a keynote address at the ASA USA National Convention. And I spoke again on this type of topic. And diasporas usually are known for their missions, their health and their education mission. In fact, as I was there, they were planning other missions. In fact, a friend of mine from Canada reached out to me. The mission they're also planning in December in Anambra State. However, I pointed that while these missions are very helpful, very impactful, been doing wonders, it's about dealing with the symptoms. We always must, think further and deeper about the root cause, because until when we intervene at those levels, we can change the real trajectory. My mission in this world is simple. What can I contribute to changing the story of Black man in the world? What is it that we can do so that this narrative, always negative about us, can change? When do people begin to see us as equal, if not even superior? What needs to happen? And in all this, diasporans actually have a lot more to contribute than some of us who live in Nigeria. And again, I will speak briefly on that. So for me, the same way, even when I look at some of the things the gentleman, Somadina, just presented, as wonderful as they are, they appear to me more about dealing with the symptoms than going back to the root cause. What is the issue? So we can be very fundamental in our approach. But what he has also presented, very useful, extremely intelligent in terms of learning. And we can also begin to put those to use between now and when we achieve the fundamental thing. Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi have come and gone. Unfortunate. We keep, making mistakes. We keep learning. We have 2 more coming next year. That's Edo and Ondo. Let's put these learnings to use so that we don't come back to start talking about lessons. Let's talk about the success lessons, what we have done to succeed in those ones, while then preparing for those fundamental shifts I've seen some of the comments while he was, presenting, some saying what we need in Nigeria is revolution and all that. We will also touch a little bit on that. So for me, the diasporans will now need to shift focus to the fundamentals. And I'm so happy that they played a very critical role in the 2023 election, because that's actually beginning to dealing with the fundamental issues. Now, what are those fundamental issues? For me, again, if we must change our story as Black people in this world, then the question is, why are we far behind? What has been the reason? Why are we left behind by the rest of the world? Why is it that things that we're known for are more negative than positive? Why is it that even for us, we can't say we've contributed enough to humanity? Why is it that, and I can ask this question over and over and over. One thing I have stopped doing is to discuss Nigeria's problem. But of course, if you're going into solutions and way forward, you must touch base on some of them. I don't intend to waste time discussing problems because I'm already tired of doing that. I've done that in all the continents, and it is tiring, it's exhausting. And when you discuss Nigeria's problem, you always find people that will analyze it away. Some actually would justify it away. Some actually will blame it away. And we keep failing to take responsibility for our failures. And that has been our bane. If you go back in time, some will tell you, oh, the reason we are like this, our forefathers were doing wonders and all of that. And then the white man came and changed our trajectory. Okay. In Igbo, they will say, Akoko, are you the only one that has ever been colonized? How come all those other ones colonized have moved on? Are you still telling the same story? Some will say, oh, civil war came. If not for the civil war, come on. Can I point to many countries that had much more disastrous wars and they've moved on since? And today, that story is very, very, very positive and different. So I will tell you about our diversity from multicultural, multi-religious, whatever. My dear brothers and sisters listening to me, we have zero reason to give. Stop justifying away our ineptitude. We've got to do stuff to change our story. And the starting point is accepting responsibilities for actions. And, I tell you this, not until we do this deep introspection, so we can go to the core of it, where is the start of our problem? And in fact, in that niche lecture, there was a big, divide. After Rotimi Amechi had his presentation, which some of what he said I totally disagreed with. But there was this divide about, is it leadership problem or followership problem? What is actually our problem? And my submission is that both are our problems. But because it's incumbent more on the leadership to solve the problems than the followership, I blame squarely on leadership. We've already failed as a people. We must accept that and stop giving excuses. We then have to accept responsibility that, okay, because God hasn't treated us unequal. In fact, he has done more for us than most other places. He's endowed us with resources, with the mental capacity, with everything. So what are the other people doing? What have they done that we can't replicate or even do more and better? I haven't figured that out yet. Because some of you know, especially the diasporas, you meet them in class, you beat them in class. So what is going on? Why do we keep telling these stories? I don't claim to have all the answers I submit, but I have spoken about this, engaged with people enough to be able to point to some direction. Hopefully, you would agree with me. But please also feel free to disagree with me. I'm also here to learn. The one that I don't say well enough, I'm more than happy and excited to learn more this night. So I don't intend to speak for such a long time, but the little that I put out here, I would sit back and accept, feedback, whatever. And please feel free to totally disagree with me. But I feel that leadership is the core of solving this problem. And I speak again on leadership. But followership, let me start with the followership first, because we also fell in that regard. Everything that happened in, this election is both success and failure of followership. Success first. What we did in 2023 is unprecedented. I give it to a lot of people. I give it to our diasporans. You guys, you showed up. What you did is far more impactful. Even if we couldn't get to the finish line as we expected, but what you did is far more impactful than all the medical and education missions we've ever done. Add them up together, it's nowhere near the level of impact with what we did and achieved in 2023. And some may question this fact, but I'm telling you my mind. I feel that we achieved a lot. What happened has never happened. This movement, this P2B phenomenon, it's unprecedented. I can't compare it with anything that's happened in Nigeria, not even in the pre-independence and post-independence era. We came together, picked a candidate from nowhere who, with party with no structure, and elevated it and became a talk of town globally, not just in Africa, not just in Nigeria. And we've never united across one purpose like we did in this. We've never. Are we talking about the Nigerian youths? Yes, we can say anything we want about Nigerian youths, but they turned up. They showed up. We must keep emphasizing these learning points. These are successes we achieved in 2023 election. And I'm so proud of it. I'm so happy that I'm alive when this is happening. To be honest, this is exactly why I came into politics, nothing more than this. I just feel that things must change. We can't continue like this. If it was about personal aggrandizement and pleasure, and I have no business in politics. If about money and fame, zero business in politics. But to see that we tell a better story as a Black people, and we went far in changing that narrative. We haven't gotten there yet, but we must acknowledge what we achieved. For the first time, Nigerian youth came together. For the first time, the ethnic nationalities came together. For the first time. I've never seen anywhere where anything at all in this country, where the Yorubas, the Afeniferes would agree with the Ohaneses, would agree with the Middle Belt Forum, would agree with Pandef, the Niger Delta. I've never seen, even some of the poor northerners, I dare say, those who have gone beyond being tribes people, which I'm going to talk about briefly, they turned up. That's the only reason why P2B with his Labour Party could have been considered as a winner. And we all know he won. But sorry for another day. Because of these people, and we must keep celebrating them. However, we failed as followers. And we failed because we haven't gotten to the finish line. We should anticipate all that happened. We should have been thinking of what we needed to do in the event of all of this happening. Followership, the biggest bane of followership is the fact, if I summarize in how the Greeks have defined human beings, they've categorized us into 3 buckets. And as I talk about these 3 buckets, I want you, each of you, to ask yourself, where do I belong? Which bucket do I belong? Because guess what? You'll be shocked that most of us belong to where we're trying to run away from, even as exposed, educated Nigerians. The worst of the groups are those people who are self-centered, who are selfish, who just know themselves. Everything they do is about themselves, nothing else. They call them idiots, just about themselves. They can sacrifice anything just for their own personal pleasure. And if they're in school, they forge. If they're in appointments, they steal. Everything about their life is about transaction. There's no purpose. They're not driven by any ideology. It's just about their selfishness and greed. So until they find themselves in certain locations, we all will be mingling and talking, but really, who are we? Where do we find ourselves? The second category are those people they consider tribes people. And by tribes people, it's not necessarily tribe alone. Yes, tribe is part of it. All they know is themselves and their tribe and their clique and their colleagues and their schoolmates and their denomination, their church. Anything above it, no. So they do the Paragbo thing and they confine in it. If you even give an appointment, they give appointment only to their tribe. If they have any opportunity, those are tribes people. And it is said that a study has shown that most Africans are either idiots or tribes people. And that's the bane. In fact, they say actually up to 80 or 90% of us fall into this category. Because until we are not these two categories, then we can become selfless. And becoming selfless means we can actually give the ultimate sacrifice, even if it's death for what you believe in. Because not until we have those type of followership. So when people even shout revolution, who's going to do a revolution for you? Somebody who is selfish or just thinking about his own tribe? Come on. So what do we need is the third category, which is the true citizens, people who just want a better society, who are civilized in approach, who understand that it's not just about themselves, that everybody has his own rights to live and to let live. And that my rights may end here, but that could be where your own rights would begin. Until we have such people, and then how do we move people from being idiots and tribes people to citizens? So that's the big question. It takes a lot of orientation, education, and enforcement and consequence management. Until people pay a price for their criminality, things won't change. When they know it's not the order of the day, it's not fashionable to be criminal in their approach, that's when things will begin to change. So we have to use both pull and push factors. We've got to get people to behave in a civilized manner. Let them understand the importance of it. And this type of engagement is part of it. Because as we do this introspection, we're asking ourselves, who are we? Let us stop being idiotic and tribes people and start thinking more nationally. Something that'll bring us together. I believe that as we do this, we will begin to solve the followership question that will enable us to hold the leadership accountable. One of the key responsibilities of followers is to hold the leadership to account. How do we hold them to account? How do we stop their impunity? What do we do? That's why INEC can do anything and get away with it. The judges can do anything and get away with it. The president can do anything and get away with it because we are docile as followers. half of what is happening in Nigeria can't happen where I am today, Cairo, Egypt. It's not possible. What are you talking about? Who country belongs to who? People have, anyway, what I'm saying to you all is that we are failing in our responsibilities, both as followers and leaders, but more to the leadership. And part of it is because, unfortunately, we haven't looked at the key essentials in entrenching and recruiting leadership. And let me now go to the issue of leadership. I've said it in many fora. I was, again, in the US, I spoke about this. I was at the convocation lecture in Oka last month. I spoke about this. I was at St. Leo event. I spoke about this. So I've been doing this the bit that I can so that people can understand. Let's focus on 4 Ps in recruiting leadership. Things that I consider, because when you don't get these boxes ticked, you can just focus on one and miss the other. I used to tell people then, when, with due respect, Buhari and Goodluck Jonathan were on the ballot, I told people we're in trouble. We're in trouble because none of these 2 men actually will tick my boxes. However, when I consider them, weigh them properly, Goodluck was still by far better than Buhari. That's why I would vote for Goodluck. And we would argue and argue. I told some of my Katsina friends, and I said to them, you know what? I'm begging you, now that your brother has won, I'm begging, please make Katsina the best state in Nigeria. I would be, let me see, actually, Igbo now. I wanted to almost speak Igbo now. Let me see where I can take somebody to and be proud to say, oh, come, let me show you one place in Nigeria that, things are working well, moving well, progressing well. I'm so proud of. But today, I'll say that to prove a point that we should stop thinking about tribe and self and all those mundane things. They hold us down all the time. If only we can begin to look at things, I can go more specific and granular, but again, I don't want to stretch this conversation beyond. I wasn't even given any time, but hopefully in another 10 minutes, I'll be done talking. So please, my brothers and sisters, the 4 Ps of leadership, the first and by far the most important is about the person, the personality that we are about to put into leadership. And I'm not just referring to presidency, every single leadership. P stands for personality. Who is this person? Who truly is this person? Dig further to figure out the character of that person. And if you figure out this person, for instance, an arrogant fellow, he has no business in leadership. Let me tell you, 2 Sundays ago, I was at Mass, and the pastor was preaching, and he said something profound, that do you know the difference between the angels of God, and Satan? The man we call Satan was actually in fact, the leader of the angels, if you should call it. But it was only pride. One thing separated the Satan from the rest of the angels. That's what arrogance is. It makes you an equal to Satan in the real world. So, and a lot of times we've been recruiting these arrogant fellows and we keep complaining about them. Go to your town union, go to your local government, go to your state, go to your presidency. When you bring people who are not ready to serve, leadership is about service, then you are failing already. You're looking for people who are empathetic, who are emotionally intelligent. I can spend time talking about emotional intelligence, but we don't have all the time. One of the days, hopefully we can do a live event and we can spend time talking about this. What I'm saying to you is that personality is very crucial. Don't just choose anybody because of who has more money, who is more connected, look at who this person is. What integrity does he have? Because if you listen to people who just talk, who are professorial in their speeches, and you can't point to what they have done, how they've said something and kept their promises, I'm sorry, you will always enter the wrong bus. Please, the character, competence, capacity, and credibility of a person is one consideration we must make. Second part is the party or platform the person is running under. So I may argue it doesn't matter what party anybody's running. It matters. Party matters. It is party that will give you the platform, and it's the right party that will make you win the election through the right process. I tell people, for instance, if you know your people have rejected this party, like you know, for instance, how Anambra people have rejected the APC with all his, reject all its works, for instance. I'm sorry, some may be, adherents of APC here. It may work in other states, but in Anambra, from every single election has been proven. So the only way you can win an election with such a party platform is through a wrong process and imposition. And usually when you're imposed, it's that man who has imposed you that you'll be accountable to. You've got to be elected by the people for you to be accountable to the people. So I'm using this to speak generally. I'm not here to market Labour Party particularly. I'm saying generally, choose a party and support that party that your people have bought into their ideology, and that you can also groom the ideology. And over time, yes, we haven't really done well in terms of having ideological differences among parties, but it is getting there. The other parties, their style, and some styles are just forbidden in certain, especially among civilized people. And what you have found that diasporans and the urban areas will always reject such, we've seen the trend. If COPDEM can also do another study, they'll see that trend. That's why in capital cities, for instance, across Nigeria, you find that Labour Party would have done far better than any other party, because there are more preponderant of civilized people where money can't become the alter ego. Now, it's a process. How you emerge has a lot to do with your ability to deliver and who you're accountable to. I tell people, even in town unions, a lot of places where you have Igwe tussle, PG tussle, and all that, because of a wrong process, changing process to suit a particular person, rigging the process. In this case of state elections and federal elections, the same thing. If you want to, and this is where I want to make a fundamental recommendation, and I'm happy somebody also highlighted this in the box when he was talking, when Samadina was talking. We've got to think about the right process for people to emerge. And the one way to achieve this is, honestly, having an electronic voting. E-voting levels the platform. E-voting is such that when we can be in our comfort to even get the diaspora to be part of the process, we've got to ensure that we can put in place the appropriate technology. The idea of use electronic accreditation and then ultimately now electronic transmission, which is now debatable, In between, there's a lacuna there. Cut out these manual interventions, human interventions, and let's just be in the comfort of our home, pressing a button. We are voting across board. I tell you, if we do this, there's a lot that can change in Nigeria. And the last part of the 4 Ps is a promise people are making. What promises are you coming to make? What manifesto, what blueprint? If you bring these 4 Ps together and tick the boxes, trust me, we'll begin to solve the leadership question right. And to deal with this fundamentally, please, let's focus on 2 things in the coming years. The census that is about to happen, to make sure we get it right, and see how we can entrench electronic voting. First of all, build a solution and use advocacy to make sure the appropriate legislations are passed at the National Assembly. If we do this, this is truly when a son of nobody can become somebody in Nigeria. And when we achieve this, and diaspora has an important role to play. In all the other countries, we've done well. Whether it's China or India, you find that diaspora was actually the game changer. Because here now, we are in bondage, we're handicapped. There's something I will say tomorrow, they will come after me. But you guys are safer because you live in a sane society where you have your freedom of speech. And I can tell you this, we are relying on the diaspora to do the needful. And if there must be a change in Nigeria, we must be those followers that are selfless and not just keep bothering about personal pleasures and comfort. If we're that type of follower, we won't hold our leaders accountable, and the change we're asking for won't happen. We will continue our medical missions, our health missions, but let's focus fundamentally on the real game changer, which is recruiting political leadership right and holding them accountable. We need everybody to play its role. Some of us have decided to sacrifice ourselves and drop everything we're doing and push the agenda. And I beg you, don't give up. Hope is still in the offing. We can't give up. And I am so excited that we have a leader who is not transactional, that has brought all of us together. That's the reason, even though what we are talking about in COPDEM actually goes beyond a party issue. But we know that the reason we are for our gatherings is because we saw hope in someone, and we need to make sure that that light does not dim. And as we do this, I believe sincerely that God will help us, bless us, and uplift our country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. Ozigbo. You have dealt with this team in a very, very easy to understand manner. Someone was asking on the forum if you can repeat the 4P again for his benefit, but I think someone has given him that answer on the chat box, the 4 Ps that you elucidated upon. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we spoke about our first guest of honor, Mr. Peter Obi. He promised to be in this gathering, but as we know, he has a lot of things to do. He also said he has some other programs, but that he will make sure he joins this meeting. So we are still waiting to see when he joins, and once he joins, we will allow him to give us his brief address and then take questions from us. In the meantime, we are now in a question and answer session with Mr. Ozigbo at this point. So please make your questions brief so that we'll give him time to attend to his other activities. We have had he's in Egypt at the moment with a lot of things to do. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Ozigbo. This is worth listening to. I agree with that post on the chat box. This is a speech worth listening to. So first of all, we take the first hand I saw that went up actually was Mr. Martin Ebwe, Mr. Emeka Ezechi, and Mr. Michael Chukwujeku. So let's start from Martin. Let's hear the first three to see whether, unless the first one is so vast that it needs to be addressed alone. So, Mr. Ebe, you are free to unmute yourself. Please make all your questions brief so that we won't have to stay here more than necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you everyone for coming to this meeting.
Martin?
Yes, can you hear me?
You are very low. Your voice is low.
It's a little low. Okay, maybe I can talk. I'm trying to speak less loudly. Okay. Well, thanks again, Val, and I appreciate everyone that has come to this meeting. I'm going to say thank you, because I thought I was the only crazy one, and they called me militant when I make generalization about the African leaders and the African-led. The difference between the corrupt Nigerian and the other Nigerian is opportunity. When the other Nigerian gets the opportunity, they become the corrupt Nigerian. But let me piggyback on Peter Obi. He is the first person who has given me the slightest hope that there could be a change in Nigeria. So please, ladies and gentlemen here present, if you are going to change Nigeria, you got to start by changing yourself. If you do not change yourself, forget about a change Nigeria. And then just quickly to my question, what are we doing to those representatives who piggybacked on Peter Obi and the Labour Party to win elections? How do we bring them together to start writing legislations to change that country? I know it's easy for them to jump from one party to the other, but it's up to them. But we can put pressure on them to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First question noted. Mr. Emeka Ezechi, please. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My point is just this. I think Mr. Valentine Ozibo, I appreciate your lecture, but there's one point I'm also looking at. We need to strategize on how to make sure that we take back our country. Because what I'm saying, the National Assembly, you are thinking that amend the constitution for us to have a credible election, they cannot do it. Because they will always find a way of creating laws or instituting the legalism that will create loophole for them to manipulate the elections. That is one. Then I'm begging, is there any way we can come together? Because the truth is that taking back our country is not by press conferences, it's not by world press conferences, not by issuing press statements. Those ones are good. But we need to take that action of coming out very strongly and take back our country. That is my position. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you. Dr. Michael Chukwujeku, please. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dan and the COPDEM team. Thank you, His Excellency, for that well-structured delivery. We were so proud of you, and we are quite glad that you made these comments. I have a few observations and a question resonating from your statements that first said, we did so well. There are quite a lot that they call it the obedience of Nigerian citizens, the youth and the diaspora did in 2023. I so much 100% agree with you on that. And I said, thanks for observing that. The diaspora, illuminating on the title that you spoke on, really came out en masse and tried to liaise with Nigerians to see that we take back our country. Most of these diasporans liaise with support groups. Now, we tried to undo atrocities of 50 years in 1 year. And we did a lot. We achieved a high milestone from what the British did to all the things that's been happening. In 1 year, the Nigerians, the youth, the diasporans that you recognized through the support groups did a lot. We appreciate it. My question is, what is our strategic plan? We don't want to be discouraged. People don't want to be discouraged. And by this comment, I'm joining you to encourage everyone to say, the things that we did is a starting point to achieving greater heights. And so how do we keep the momentum on to ensure that people don't get discouraged? And you made a reference to what happened in Imo State today, where a governor won in 27 local governments of the state, and he's been declared the winner. And then the rest of the places. And then you also made a comment about the fact that if you're in the wrong party, you may eventually get into power in a wrong pedestal and you'll be there. Now, what is our plan? We want to take back Nigeria. How do we harness the potentials in the diaspora, giving them this hope and the strategy they need to know that there is still a light at the end of the tunnel? There was a meeting we had, sorry, I digress this, we had yesterday about all obedience. And I said this for us to hear. Everybody, more than 230 conveners were texting me in the morning and saying, we need a change of strategy. We need to match fire by fire. We need to match. Now, power is given. Power is not served. Nigerian election is not a religious church election. It's not a church election for priests or for church wardens. Many people were saying they were ready to ensure that different departments are created within the obedient family, Nigerian citizens, the youth, the diaspora, to ensure that we really take back Nigeria, however we take it. Because eventually you go to court. So if we continue the way we are going, we will be going to the same court that has been compromised. Sorry that I have to use this word, but it's on the public domain that the Nigerian court is what it is. So how do we go on this? Many Nigerians are there. And the party we are using, good to note, I will also, Val, we've discussed a little bit, but no more on this. The party we are using don't seem to see the potentials in the diaspora and the support group. If the revolution we want to happen in Nigeria, I see it happening with the support groups and nothing more. I see it happening with the youth and nothing more. And another thing is the trajectory has changed. Many people won Senate position 4 years ago. Many won governor 5 years ago. The trajectory of the electoral process in Nigeria has changed. And I appreciate you when you talked about harnessing the technology in the diaspora. Can you see that today elections were already written in all the polling units before it started? And some contestants in the position they're contesting do not even know how many polling units in the state they are contesting in. This is what the youth and the diaspora are bringing on board. If we want to take our nation, we need to do it and do it right and know where their trajectory is. It's no longer winning because people love you. There are a lot we can talk offline, but this is my question and observation. Thank you.
Hello, should I go ahead and attend to the three questions?
Yes, sir, go ahead, please, if you are able to address the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you. Mr. Martin was the first person to make comments. Let me appreciate him for those positive comments. And he asked about our representatives, the National Assembly, maybe even in the State Assembly as well. So whether senators or House of Reps or House of Assemblies under the Labour Party platform, how do we begin to make sure that they are positively aligned and they do the needful? I have two comments as a reaction. One is on the positive side. and another not so positive, but eventually we can begin to learn. On the positive side, I believe a lot of them are already under pressure. Some of them do ask themselves the right questions about not letting Labour Party down, not letting the obedience down, knowing that we will hold them accountable. And so if they're doing wrong today, know you that they would have done worse things if they were not under a Labour Party platform. There was this story, I don't know if it's real, but it was told by a priest at a mass, where people came complaining about this evil man who they always give seat in front. That this man is a rapist, is a killer, is a murderer, is what they all go on and on and on. Why do you allow this man to even enter church? They asked the priest. And in response, the priest said to them, if this man is doing all these things, sitting in the front pew, can you then imagine the level of criminality he will be exercising if he wasn't coming to church at all? It's a lesson that we need to point to, because by the fact that they are under LP, trust me, they're under pressure. I know this because I engage with them. They want to shine. They want to do what we want to hear. However, we also are in a country called Nigeria. Some of them, because we have wrong processes, really, I wish I have enough time to dive into the consequence of what I'm talking about. My brothers and my sisters, imagine where you go to the street and you're spending, in some cases, 100, 200 million naira, 300 million naira just to become a candidate of your party in a House of Reps election. Some cases, they've gone a borrowing. Imagine when you spend even equivalent of that or more in the main election and you're declared winner and you're then taken to court. Then you start the spending at the tribunal and eventually at the Court of Appeal. Imagine where you're also spending, in some cases, 100, 200 million to defend your victory in court. And you still borrowing some, mortgage the houses, some. And when you then get there, you're telling me that you will still be that human being that we're preaching about, that will do the needful and not focusing on how to recover some money to make. So this is why when I talk about what an e-voting can do for us, I wish we can comprehend it. If an idea where, imagine my own election in Anambra, they deployed 34,000 policemen. Go and cost it. And now some will tell you, if you now want to win an election, this is what you should budget for this. And so ridiculous, because we're in a country called Nigeria, where we are not dealing at things at the root cause. If we are able to mount pressure, that is the biggest revolution we can get, to have an electronic voting, where you don't care who is in power. You don't care who INEC chairman is. You don't care how corrupt or how sane or how civil he may or may not be. You don't care. As long as we have checked the efficacy, veracity, and integrity of the system being entrenched, and you use the right technology, perhaps blockchain technology, can use a BVN and make sure nobody votes more than once. You have huge, in fact, I can tell you 3 times the number of people voting will vote, because everybody's just going to be in the comfort of their home. You don't need a policeman, you don't need a tout, you don't need nobody, you don't need a military. Real revolution will happen. And that's when the real people that we want will come along in entire value chain, from local government to states to, and that's when we can truly catch up with the rest of the world, because we need all this to be in place. for the environment that will foster the type of transformation we're talking about to happen. So I'll say this to you, it is good that we have people on the Labour Party platform. Whether they be the right people we wish for now or they are not, hopefully they can help us together to achieve those changes that we want. But on the negative side of this is we are people who are still idiotic and tribes, basically transactional and not purpose-driven. Some of our people got in there by accident. There was not even a proper selection process, and all these P's I've mentioned couldn't really be assessed. But I believe as we begin to strengthen our party platform going forward, build the right structure, you will see that we will begin to get it right going forward. So I'm also saying this, please do not expect too much from our people because they are now there under Labour Party. Some of them are still who they are. Purely selfish, transactional, we must admit. Now let me go to the next question by Emeka Ezechi, where he's talking about taking back our country. When I hear people talk about this, I don't even know what to say. I would leave a few words. And what I'm going to simply say to all of you is you should know the right thing to do at the right time and how best to do the right things. We've talked about holding people accountable. We've talked about being selfless in our pursuits. We've talked about what we need to do for the kind of Nigeria we wish for to happen. Please stop expecting your leaders to come out one day and tell you, start the riot on the street, do this and do that. If you don't get enough wisdom and knowledge from some of the engagements that have happened over the, you know how they say, if you don't get it, forget it. That's how much I can say to you. If you don't get it, forget it. But in general, let us be a bit more selfless in our dealing and stop, in fact, basically protect your leaders. Dr. Michael, thank you. You basically echoed a lot of the sentiments that I shared here. But your question, therefore, is how do we keep the momentum? This is part of it. Keeping the momentum, ideally should have been, we begin now to win every single election going forward. So having lost in these 3 states, I'm not the most excited of human beings. But still, it doesn't take away because for me, what drives us should be about the quest for a new Nigeria. And because for me, if you just stop hoping, then you start dying. The only reason we're alive is because we hope for the better. And there's no better. I had this argument with my wife one of the mornings, and I said to her, yes, I like to pray for miracles and transformations to happen, but some of these are personal miracles and personal. The biggest miracle that I really am interested in is the miracle of a new Nigeria, where, the change we're yearning for, we see it in our lifetime. I have decided that I will stick to this, and if by the grace of God, God calls me and says, what did you do? I can say, at least I made this little effort for a better country. That is my mission in this world now. And any other thing that I do has to be towards achieving that mission. Whether it's about in activities in church or sporting things I do or business transactions that I do. And the reason I'm saying this is, it is important that we keep the momentum going individually and collectively. COPDEM, you're doing the right thing by assembling us together and identifying the gaps and learning points. But I'm also saying, go a bit further. Maybe you can be the one to champion the enthronement of e-voting platform in Nigeria. And again, I'm happy to actually lend my support actively in this. I'm happy to even provide some resources for the purpose of developing and building that system. And now pushing advocacy to ensure that we achieve it. This is one thing that I know that P2B would have done for us if he had become the president in 2023. And I don't want to even wait until he becomes in 4 years' time. Whatever we can do to make sure it happens now, we need to do that while pushing on other frontiers. There are several things that will need to happen to keep momentum going beyond the COPDEM efforts, beyond the Diaspora effort, beyond the support group efforts, also even at the party level. What we need to do to strengthen and capacitize our Labour Party in Nigeria across all the wards, local government, states, is also very crucial. And I know a lot of people are in different discussions in this regard. People are really, really pushing. It's not everything that comes publicly, because some of these strategies are not things. Remember, we're in a war zone. There are people who are also planning how to keep us down because they know that we're the big thing that will change the story. And I can tell you, I can't, Dr. Michael also highlighted this. I said this, the wall of Germany didn't just fall with one crack. I can tell you a massive dent has been hit on that wall. And next little push, that wall will crack. Thank you.
I thank you very much. Once again, we are waiting to see when Mr. P2B will join. He has just called to say that we should please give him a few more minutes to a lot of things he's been engaging with. So the moment he joins, then we will have to allow him to have his say immediately. Meanwhile, we still have some more hands. With the way these hands are going up, I don't know whether we will still be able to exhaust our agenda for tonight, but let's still take more hands, provided that our keynote speaker is available to take those questions.
I'm not keen. Call me, I'm the John the Baptist. When my master comes, I will disappear.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Joe Paul Obi, Mr. Nemeka Christian, Ako Christian, three of you. So let's start from Joe Paul Obi, please. You can unmute yourself. Joe Paul, can you unmute yourself? If not, Mr. Nemeka Christian.
Yes, good afternoon. My question is straightforward. As an advocacy group, and a lot of people say advocacy and pressure group. Mr. Obi talked about diaspora voting. I need to get your input on how do we pressurize this National Assembly or push it, and see if it will happen. If you can give us some insight on that, a little bit of your take on the possibility, we will appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, Joe Paul Obi, are you there? If not, Mr. Ako Christian.
Okay, good evening all. Good evening, Mr. Valentine. Glad to have you. We've learned so much from your speech, full of wisdom, and going forward, we'll act in that regard. Mine is observation. What we had going on in this off-cycle selection rather, if no objection, if no blatant rejection, then sorry to say, 2027 will be worse, because I saw a situation, people are just claiming identity, and I don't know if there's any way of verifying the identity of, especially in Imo State, where we had people coming in as LGA. Those people, majority of them came from a state, and I began to imagine what's the yardstick for that sort of lopsided appointment from Ekiti, Federal University of Ekiti. You see a young man claiming he's a professor. You know, so many claims, and I saw traces of talks who are being given title to come and present results. What will I don't know if we can make a push as well as we're making a push for e-voting. What stops internal persons, people who are living in a particular state, to be appointed as returning officers instead of having strange people who cannot be verified? That's one side. Then inside of maintaining the structure is a Herculean tax. We will have to do a lot in reaching out to all the polling units across the Federation. I want us to diversify our approach to campaigning. If we can just go straight, recruit membership directly, 10 per polling unit, we are done and dry. Because if you look at the structure of the LP, I don't think if they are able to add a value across board, it will not be more than 100,000 voters. And I'm looking at a situation where we're able to get 10 persons per polling unit, get to enroll them in, register them officially as members. People want to be officially recognized that they are part of a project. And I observed that leading to the election, we had multiple apps coming up, and it doesn't help the situation. Like there is this other one that was efficient. I've forgotten the name now, that was used for registering of people across polling units. If we can stick to one, let's stick to one and know that this is what we are going to use come 2027, then we'll go by it. Then fourth, we need to develop our own military group, so to say, that will have our back, because going to face this battle with a naked hand is like dipping hand into a transformer without putting on a glove and expecting that there will be no electric shock. Look at the lives that are being wasted in Imo State, for instance, where the Labour Party chairman was bundled out of collation center, knowing fully well that nothing will happen. So we need to show preparedness in that regard. So I would like to yield. Thank you. I'm Akko Christian. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One more question, either Joe Paul Obi or Chinedu. Chinedu.
Yeah, Chinedu.
Yep,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you so much for coming, Agava. Well, at this point, a lot of people might want to think that Nigeria is irredeemable in terms of what has happened over the past couple of years and months. And I do believe that as long as we still have what we call the ballot paper, ballot boxes, things are going to get worse in Nigeria. So I believe also that one of the ways to curb this madness going on in Nigeria is by doing something revolutionary, like doing an entirely electronic-based elections. That's the only way we cut out all these people perpetrating fraud at every level in Nigeria. It's just so sad. A lot of people are just having this. I think it's a misunderstanding, or they're just thinking that There are no people voting for the wrong people. There are still a lot of people who are voting for the wrong people in Nigeria, you know? So my question particularly, looking at what has happened over since the last presidential election, because I see that Labour Party, they gathered momentum during the presidential election. After that, nothing else has happened. So the question I'm asking is, what efforts are Labour Party making to make sure that they have structures, not just in the South, but in the North? Because there is no way, evidence has shown that you cannot win the presidential election in Nigeria without winning substantial part of the North. So what effort is Labour Party making? Starting now, we can't wait till the next, maybe 2026 to start doing that. The same thing is going to happen. So what efforts are Labour Party making, or maybe progressives making, to make sure that they have the kind of structures that will have them have evidence of electoral malpractices? Because what I noticed is that during the last election, despite the fact that we had thousands of support groups, most of which were really there to collect money, they were not effective at all. I was in Nigeria and I saw that most of the effort being made by the support groups were not really being felt, most of the places. So what efforts are they making to make sure that they reach the core North? Because one of the problems is that the Labour Party could not have agents at the polling booths. That's why they kept on asking about evidence. That's very important, and we're overlooking it. So by now we should have said, okay, we had evidence, it's shown that P2B won this in this kind of state. This is the polling results, but we didn't see, I haven't seen any. Let's say Kano State. Where are the polling results from Kano State by Labour Party agents? I haven't seen any. These are realities. So what efforts are the Labour Party or the Progressive making to start now to create those necessary structures, awareness, and to tell people that it is not just about P2B, it is just not about the 2023 presidential election. That's we will continue to start now, because Nigeria is in a very bad state, very bad shape. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Zibo, please.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Nyameka. Diaspora voting, you've raised this, but clearly, if we succeed with e-voting, then it's automatic to achieve diaspora voting. Otherwise, we'll end up with the way other diasporas are voting in other climes, mailing boxes and all of that. But whether this will be achievable, if we continue to allow Nigeria drift the way it is going, I really can't say. P2B did promise that if he is elected, 2023 will be the last time the diasporans won't vote. But we did our best, but our best was lacking to the extent that we haven't been able to entrench him there. And so the issue of diaspora voting is up in the air. Are we going to achieve it in 2023, 2027? It's anybody's guess. But one thing for sure is, if you deal with the fundamental parts, then that easily will be taken care of. So what can the diasporas do to enable us push the advocacy for e-voting? Let me turn the question back to you. For Christian, thank you. You've said a lot of things which I do agree with. Most of them are not questions, they're comments. But your assertion that 2027 may be worse it depends on us again, if we let it. So the question here is, do we want a better 2027? Or do we want a worse 2027? It's in our hands. Of course, if you do nothing, it may be worse. If you do something, then it won't be worse. And I'm happy to do something to make sure it's not worse. So again, Christian, I ask you, what would you wish? Would you want us to even deepen our woes, or insist that enough is enough? And I can tell you the biggest thing we have is that we have some people, especially our leader, who is not transactional, who is purpose-driven, and who is ready to stay on the course. I said this because imagine that we had the typical Nigerian who will go there, succumb to pressure, collects billions of dollars, and like some people will even do BD waka and move on. Then where we will be? There'll be nothing to fight on, but we still have a reason to fight on. So I believe that everything is in our hands. So the bird that we've put by the side, and you're asking me whether it's dead or alive, depends on whether I want to kill the bird or present it alive. So please, again, what 2027 do we wish for? And you mentioned the militant group. Well, I'll say this to you, Division of Labor. Let me be in charge of the civilian group. You will be in charge of the militant group.
Oh, God.
So then let me go to the last speaker. The brother mentioned about the northern play. What do we need to do to strengthen Labour Party in the north? It's really a question that cuts across everywhere. It's not about north or south. It's not about east or west. How do we strengthen Labour Party? And how do we protect the mandates? That's the real question, because guess what? PTB actually won in the north. If you aggregate the numbers, we won. I can mention some of the states. And when you put all that together, you will understand that even with the so-called, not so strong at the corner, yeah, he can do better. We can do better in those areas. And there are things Labour Party will need to do, but the most fundamental is what you raise. How do we protect the mandate? There are a lot of learnings and a lot of things we could have done better. And you did highlight polling unit agents, engaging them properly, training them properly, empowering them, and leveraging the technology to do more. I think there are some places we can do a lot more. And this is actually part of the reason I'm hopeful that what happened in 2023 will never repeat again, even under this criminal circumstance that we found ourselves in. But to guarantee success, we must hold people accountable. And I say this generally, please let us be citizens, true citizens, and insist on probing and asking difficult questions and playing a proper opposition that we ought to be playing, so that don't allow things to be swept away. Let's hold every single leader, especially at the national and state levels, and even also at the local levels, accountable. When we do and push this, I tell you, there's a lot that can be achieved. Thank you.
All right. Next three hands I'm seeing. I'm not sure PO is still available to join now. So let's take the next three questions. Mr. Real Vabest, Sir Olatunde Okelana, Edem Kindness. You can, yeah.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends on where you are watching. I want to thank Valentine Osibo. My name is Sir Olatunde Okelana, Oyo State COPDEM chairman. Valentine is my brother for a long time. I want to thank you, and I learned a lot from your lecture. It's a lecture, it's not just a speech. And I want to take you on this. Let me start by saying, number one, are you still convincing us that we're still going to be with Labour Party till 2027? That is question number one. Why I said that is because of the structure. It's already collapsing.
and we don't know who's our leader. If I am still a member of Labour Party, who's my leader today? That's number one question. Number two, do we need revolution or evolution of the mind? What is the best way forward for Nigeria? And then another one is the electronic voting. Do you think our mindset can accept electronic voting between now and 2027? The reason why I asked that question is because of level of illiteracy and can I say illiteracy and exposure, and the populace, the elites in Nigeria who are living in the urban, who has good phone as far as we don't have centers. Because, for example, in the United States of America, when you're talking about electronic voting are done not on the election day. They could have been doing it 1 week, 2 weeks before the time. Even when the day of election, you will not see them declaring a whole day that is a public holiday, no movement, no this, no that. You will not know where there is election. Having said that, sir, the challenges we have primarily this year, I want you to take note, is funding. We have challenges of funding because we were dancing between having 10 party agent or 4 or 5, be as it is made. I was only lucky in my area that those people I was able to use as party agent, they paid them. They were paid. I don't know where the money comes from, but the money eventually came. No matter how small, they were paid. I think Labour Party did not get any big wig to sponsor the election. All the PCC we belongs to, I was in mobilization, I was in security. Even when Peter Obi came to Oyo State, Labour Party did not carry us along as a support group. And as a leader of the leading support group in Oyo State, they didn't carry us along. They were not transparent. So the issue of funding is one. Secondly, the issue of trust. There is no trust. I don't even know who is my leader in Labour Party as of today. Whether I should follow my town man, the one that court is telling me is my leader, or I should follow the one that I know from the onset, the one that makes us to know that Peter Obi should be the presidential candidate of the party.
What are those your titles again? Remind me those your titles again.
I am Balogun Olugbe of Orile Igbe. I'm a Justice of Peace of Oyo State. Presently, I'm a PhD student in Criminology and Security Studies.
Okay, thank you. Stop here. Thank you. Let me quickly, somebody noted in the chat group that it looks like His Excellency is here. I don't know if it's true, then maybe I should quickly respond to him and then yield the floor.
She don't agree, we'll cook for her, please. She said the most important thing.
Somebody's talking at the background.
Not be cooking be the problem. And
can we block that gentleman, please? Alex, whatever.
So let me just it's still talking though. Okay. Would there be LP in 20? Are we still gonna remain in LP in 2027? I think this question is with due respect misplaced. Because you still I think you're confused by this whole antics of the what the APC has been trying to do with some elements within the Labour Party. And I believe that has already been settled. There is never any question about who the leader is in APC. Never. And unless there's something wrong fundamentally. As of today, Julius Abure is national chairman. So anybody who comes up to say, we don't know who, and with due respect, you need to rethink and recheck yourself, please, with due respect. These other people that will come out to say that P2B should not go to court, that will come out to say Labour does not have candidates in Imo, or come out and asking me if he's a leader. Come on, please. I feel really highly insulted, and with due respect, that we're saying we don't know who our leader is. We do know who our leader is, and I know him, and that's the only one I see and engage and relate with. If I see some of these other names on the road, I won't even know who they are because they have never shown up anywhere. Please, let's not confuse our people. We know who our leaders are. And do we need revolution or evolution? We need both. When I talk about what we need to be and do as followers, moving our mind from being idiotic and tribes people becoming citizens, that's evolution. I am a preacher, an adherent, and a champion of Kaizen, which is a culture of continuous improvement, that anything we do in life, we must keep doing better, getting better at it, and improving continuously. And it is one of the problems we face. It's not only leadership, culture is also another problem that we face. And we need to combine leadership with culture, a culture that challenges status quo. We must ask probing questions. This thing we are doing, is this necessary? Must we continue to do it like this? Can we not do it better? Is there no way we can cut these wastes? If we don't ask these questions, we remain, perennially backward. We've got to evolve as a people. And it is actually through that evolution that other things you're talking about can happen. When you're asking the right questions and saying this shouldn't, enough is enough, this cannot continue. We must not do it this way because our great-grandfathers did it that way. And that's where the real change, if you call it revolution, call it anything, can happen because we're evolving as a people. And then e-voting. My dear brother, if we do e-voting today, there will be double the number of people who voted in other elections compared to those that vote. Yes, you may say that some may be disenfranchised at the first instance. There are already many who have been disenfranchised, even with manual voting. So please spare me that story. We can do e-voting today. We don't even need to wait till 2027. We can do it today. It is all about mindset, changing the ideas, and in fact, evolving as a people. How many people have BVN today? How many people are MTN subscribers today? It's by far more than the so-called INEC database that's unreal. Anambra, for instance, when we did our election, they said we were 2.7 million voters. But guess what? Even in the highest of voting that happened, which was this presidential election, where P2B came out for an elective position, we were not more than 600,000. So if you ask me, how many voters are in Anambra, I'll tell you it's the average, not the 2.7 million. Some of the people there are fictitious things that are manufactured, especially in other crimes. Maybe we're 1 million, but I'm telling you, there are more than 1 million people with phone numbers, with BV. And in Anambra, I'm using that as an example, tell you that we will have more people. And so if you wish to be a voter, then go get your BVN. And if you don't have capacity, some people will help you. You'll see advocacy. You see, the diasporas can now come in there. The NGOs can come in there and make sure more people get in. But do the right thing. Let us stop the criminality first. That's what I'm talking about. Let's stop this wrong process where criminals are being entrenched and we're all held down and our story continues to remain like this. On fundraising, this is where you come in. You are a very rich man because I see you on the 10th floor all the time. So bring the money and we can win the elections. God bless you.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Ozigbo. It appears that His Excellency Mr. P2B is now here with us. So, sir, can you please, we acknowledge your presence. Thank you very much for joining. Could you please help us to confirm by unmuting yourself and helping us to confirm basically that you are here, sir. You know, can you please unmute yourself, sir? If you're in a position to do so. Right, Mr. Zbi, it appears we will still detain you. Let me do a private confirmation. So can we please take 3 more questions and then I'll confirm privately.
All right.
Okay, can you? I think yeah, he can. Okay, sorry. Can you please unmute yourself now, sir?
Yes,
exactly.
are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. It's
We thank
difficult
you.
coming and even unmuting myself to speak.
We thank you very much. We understand you are very, very, very busy schedule, especially today of all days. But we have been waiting to see you. So thank you very much, sir. And we are happy that you're able to make out time from a busy schedule to join us tonight. Without much ado, we have taken the indulgence to choose this topic for you to, if you're able to speak to us on that, please. It says, engaging Nigerians in diaspora to create a productive and prosperous society for everyone. Yes, the mantra of the 2023 election from Labour Party is changing Nigeria from consumption to production. How can our people in diaspora help to do that, especially towards changing the political narrative, the political structure, changing the criminality and governance to enthrone a productive and prosperous political environment? So thank you very much, sir. You don't need much introduction from us.
Well, thank you if you're hearing me. First is that I sincerely apologize that I came into the meeting late. I did earlier promise you that I'll participate in the meeting for a very short time, but I thought I would join probably by 9 o'clock and be able to end by 9:30. Unfortunately, if you ask anybody today in Nigeria, he will tell you that the flights were disrupted for about 5 hours because they had an issue with a flight that either crash landed in Abuja airport and disrupted every other movement, because I was supposed to leave Asaba at about 1 o'clock, but the flight that was supposed to come from Abuja and then take us to Lagos was held up because of this disruption in Abuja for over 5 hours, which is made all the arrangements in other meetings that I would have had before joining you disrupted. I'm still at the middle of one of them when I say, let me excuse myself and be able to just apologize for not joining you. Secondly, is again to thank you people for what you're doing by continuing this engagement. I've been listening for a while in what is happening, even when it took me time to join. Thirdly, is that maybe, you know, when we were talking, said, if I can just come in and take 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll leave a longer discussion for another date, because this won't be the end of your meetings. The meetings will go on and on. So I will plead that if there's just 1 or 2 questions, then I take it. It's not the best of days for me to be able to tell you I'm going to deliver a lecture. You know, if I can just come in 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll leave maybe in the next meeting, or we'll plan something later on where we have a longer list. Now for me is to take questions. So that's all I think I will plead with.
Okay, but that's very well. I know that a lot of people will want to ask questions. Before I allow those questions, I think when Mr. Val Ozigbo was addressing us, a lot of questions that was asked him revolves around the fallout from the 2023 presidential election, the disenfranchisement of a lot of people, the obvious. It was clear that the result announced by INEC did not reflect the wishes of the people. So a lot of questions that have been asked there is, how is the Labour Party preparing to stop a repeat in the future? And how do you think Nigerians in diaspora can help to effect that process? In other words, having an election that will reflect the wishes of Nigerians. How are you getting prepared? How are you getting your followers prepared? How are you getting your party prepared to make sure that future elections reflect the wishes of Nigerians? If you can, then we allow other questions.
Let me tell you my own position. I might not be answering the question, but I'll tell you my own position. This election was announced, the result of this election, presidential, was announced on the 25th of February. On March 1st, the election took place 25th of February. The result was announced on March 1st. From March 1st until 26th of October, we were in court. And everybody knew what that process took until that day. So you will say that we're in court until recently. For me, in particular, is not to talk about how we're going to do the next election, how we're going to do this, but first and foremost is to do a bit of reflection within the next 1 month and start by going and meeting and thanking people sincerely for their sacrifice. We can't talk about preparing for this or that without first sitting down and appreciating and thanking those who sacrificed everything. I listen when people are talking about money, talking about this, they didn't get money, they didn't get funding. There are people who, they didn't put money, they didn't put anything, but they put more than what money would have done. So you need to go around and thank them. So when you do that, then as you're going and consulting people, I don't think it's something we have to start meeting now and saying, oh, we are preparing for 2027 this way or that way or that way. Some of them is something we have to be able to even sit down and talk about quietly. Suggestion for that. Until I say thank you to people, I don't want to talk about what we're going to do next. There's a lot of things diasporans will do. Am I going to come, like I said in my speech, I'll meet people in their respective areas and we talk about the way forward. But I've seen me do that.
Why are you getting muted?
I'll plead that we'll leave this particular one on this particular question.
Okay, that's very well. Thank you, sir. Let's quickly take some questions, please. Dr. Cordelia Udo, Henry Oguino, P. Law. Let's take these 3 questions. First, Dr. Udo, please. Can you unmute yourself? Dr. Cordelia.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome on board our president, Peter Obi. You will remain our president. You know, Mr. Ozigbo, analysis showed that majority of Nigerians are either selfish, he called it idiots, or tribal, but a minority are citizens, meaning they do the right things, meaning they objectively, analyze and cast their vote. Doesn't it make sense that regional rotational presidency and possibly a fixed term should be advocated? If you're dealing with majority of your population who are gonna vote, either you give them money or they vote their own.
If you read my last speech, that was emphatical. If you read my last press conference, it was very clear. If we must progress, I said it emphatically, we must have a fixed term of 5 years. I must rotate within the 6 geopolitical zone in order to be able to contain this troubling situation. I even went further to say that if we cannot return to parliamentary system, we must have a quasi-parliamentary system, because what that does is that it allows the leader, president, vice president, to be able to go through some legislative and public question and answer where he's talking directly to the people that have elected him, instead of a process where you hire surrogates or outsource your governance to people who will now be talking to people whenever you say, Peter, we didn't do this. Then 10 people we didn't vote for, I'm not coming. So what you said, if you look at my last speech, is there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution.
Dr. Cordelia?
You are welcome, my president, Peter Obi.
All right.
Is there anything else I need to say? Nothing else. That's it.
No, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Henry Ogune, please. And Dr. Oke, I saw your hand up the other time.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. My name is Dr. Henry Ogine, calling from the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. You inspired me when we met in Mansion House in 2018 for the Commonwealth Business Conference. That was the first time I was able to interact physically with you, and you got me interested in things about Nigeria because I've lost hope about the country until I met you. So I have 2 questions. One, but I'm from Imo State, so I'm about to be a bit biased. The issue is one of the reasons people are saying that Labour failed in Imo State because of the choice of candidates. So going forward, how do we make sure that we select candidates whose candidacy are not anchored in their ability to provide finances or bribes or whatever you call it for people, but be able to elect poor people who are credible? That's stems from the period of selecting candidates for elections. Secondly, and most importantly, I don't know how much leverage you might have over the members of Labour Party who are either in the Senate or in the House of Representatives. I've been discussing with some diaspora groups, and they suggested that some of those members should raise a symbolic, I repeat, a symbolic motion of impeachment on Bola Tinubu for certificate forgery and all the whole crime against him, all he must have committed in the past. Not that knowing Nigeria that he will pass, but to raise the platform for Nigerians and especially Nigerian diaspora to dissociate themselves from the personality that's occupying the presence of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for at least, I'm very glad that you mentioned that I inspired you to still believe in Nigeria. And I still want to urge you to believe in Nigeria. We have no other country except this one, and nobody can change it except us. The politics of the people reflects their values. It our policies. It shows the values we cherish. It's all you're seeing in our political and other life conducts. You know, if you celebrate criminality, if you don't see it as, if you don't see criminality as wrong, if you don't see corruption as wrong, they will all become things to celebrate. And that's what we're facing. We're celebrating criminality because for us, there's nothing wrong in doing that. If there's something wrong in doing them, we'll celebrate it. Same thing is what you're seeing in our political life. So for me, like I said, the long day is one. What you said about wrong candidates. In one primary, I can tell you it was free and fair. The chairman of that primary was Dr. Lexoti, governor of Abia State. Valos was his secretary. They went there to conduct that primary. We did everything. And of course, when they ended and counted the votes, Senator Chono won the primary. And we have no alternative. I wouldn't say whether he's the best or the worst, but he was the one who won the primary. Now, you say, what do we do going forward? My position about going forward, which I'm going to discuss with the party and the other person involved, is that we first have to have a criteria. The criteria in the party should be such that it will throw up candidates who we think will best represent what we preach or what we want. We should have a situation where we can even do interview even before the process. Peter B, was not chosen by the process of primary when I came out first. In Abga, then the leadership and Ojukwu allowed an interview process. And that worked. So that we will find a way of doing this better. On issue, your second question was about, what was your second question again?
So my second question was on how much leverage you have on Labour Party
Labour
members
Party has members
who are in reps and Senate to raise a symbolic motion of impeachment.
Let me be honest with you. I wouldn't even encourage it. I'm being honest with you. You know, because there's a lot of, I'm close to the members of National Assembly, and I'm trying to become closer to them as much as possible. But I can tell you that even if they go there, it's like you're trying to teach pigs to sing. Yes, you can just come and assemble them, but it wastes everybody's time. And it becomes more problematic. Is that when we talked about how expensive their vehicle is, the system turned and said it is not their vehicle, it's the administrative vehicles that they have to use for their administration and office use. And when they leave, they'll bring it back. But let me tell you how it works here. When they leave, they say, oh, is that going to be sold? It's been at a reduced price of 500,000. If you pay, you carry it. If you don't pay, you. So, my brother, let us plan for tomorrow. And like I said earlier, that plan will not be for today. Let's sit down and do proper plan. We've learned some lessons. All I can tell you is that I'm not going away. We're going to face this.
Let's quickly take from Pilo and Mr. Kingsley Ndibe, please. Any of them that can first unmute? Mr. Kingsley Ndibe and Mr. P. Law.
Okay, I'm on.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Your Excellency, good evening. This is Kingsley Ndibe from Spain. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. My contribution to today's meeting is, first of all, I want to congratulate you, sir, and everybody that supported you and the Labour Party, because I know that many of us might not know it, but I believe that we might not win the election, but there's something that we've won in Nigeria, and that is making the youth to be conscious about the politics of Nigeria. The participation of the youth was very unprecedented, and I know that it will continue. But the aspect I want to draw your attention to is I believe that in most countries, political parties don't change the trajectory of any country. If you are waiting for political party with structure and people who are there because they have interest to protect and they have people backing them, it is impossible. Every change that has ever been recorded in any country has always been driven by an ideology or a person that will create a movement. In America, the same thing. Civil rights movement, we had Malcolm X and we had Dr. King. In America today, Donald Trump grabbed the Republican Party. Whether you like his way or not, he is being driven, he's driving the force, not really the party. So I believe that God has brought you out to actually, effect changes in our political scene. This obedient movement, I would also like you to see a way it will be restructured. Because today is a Labour Party. We don't know what is happening tomorrow. We don't know the characters that will invade Labour Party tomorrow. But if this obedient movement is very, very strong, sustained, and have a bit of structure, that means that they will have a bigger say on who is climbing, using your wing to get to where they are going. Look at the people that we elected today. They are the same type of, when they are in the house now, but they are the same thing. In South Africa, Malema, you could practically see his movement or his party from every other person in the South African parliament. Their dressing, their ideology, everything is because every other person in that party queued to the vision of Malema. So if these people cannot queue into the audition, your vision or your way of actually going about political leadership, I think we should structure a way whereby anybody that that Labour produces or Obidem will produce, if Obidem should produce you, let it be somebody that is representing the interests of the people, not the people that are there for their own pocket. So let us look for a way.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley, thank you, because like I said, I'll be right at it. Thank you very much for your suggestion, because I see your own as suggestion. But I've also told people that if you look at what people you mentioned are doing, they didn't start the way it started. Ours was just 18 months to today. We just veered up, going from one party to the other, you know, and it's true that let me just say, just give us time and you see what we're trying to do. And you're going to be part of it. And it's going to be across the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and with people who are committed, who are not transactional. And we need people, and all of you will be there to be guiding us well along.
Very well. Mr. Pilo, please, let's rush this. If you can limit your comments to 1 minute so that our principal can have his rest from a lot of things he has done today.
I'm going to have rest. I told you I'm running into a meeting now. I wish I'm going to have rest. I would have even lied down in the bed and be answering all the questions.
Okay, let's quickly take, I don't know how many positions you will be available to pick. We have a lot of hands.
A lot of people are complaining that your selection is not good. Let me tell you what I'm reading now.
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. I beg them to take away this crown from me. Nobody volunteered. So, Prince Solomon, Fred Okwo, Pilo, any of you available?
Just one more, they're wrong.
Okay, let's take all the three questions.
Thank you. I'm on board.
I think I'm audible.
I'm on board. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Solomon is talking from Abia State, please.
This is Solomon speaking from
Okay, can we just have the three of you will speak? Just wait.
This is Solomon speaking from
1 minute. No, Solomon, you are in bed now. You are not. Please.
Prince Solomon is mentioned.
Law is speaking.
You just asked me to speak now because I've been here.
It's not your own Solomon. It's Prince Solomon he mentioned. It's my own Solomon.
I'm also Prince Solomon now.
I know my hand came up before you, sir.
Mr. Olobe, just pick one person, please.
You are robbing me. You are robbing me.
Prince
this
Solomon.
Is Riggy.
Please,
okay,
Prince Solomon. Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start by thanking His Excellency for making our time to be with us tonight. And I will just go straight. One, going by what His Excellency
Your Excellency,
said,
sir, I believe you are muted also. You might want to unmute, sir.
That's fine. Go on, please, Solomon.
Okay, thank you very much. Going by what His Excellency said, well, my name is Prince Solomon, the state chairman of COPDEM in Abia State. He said before he will talk about how to go forward, he will first and foremost appreciate those who suffered in the last election. And that formed my question or my submission tonight, His Excellency. Because when Valentine was talking, he mentioned that we should be able to keep the momentum individually and collectively, you know, when we look away from, my question is, how can we keep it when we look away from reward system? going by what you also said earlier, that you first and foremost appreciate people. We in Abia State, of course, people work tirelessly nationwide for your emergence. And in our respective states, we also worked tirelessly. We were asked to support our candidates, which we did. And among the support groups that form this COPDEM, is one of them is POSN, which I was also the state coordinator in Abia. And we put in our efforts in all the local government at state level and everything. We did it. And by the special grace of God, Abia had delivered Labour Party. Now, coming to reward system, which where my question is going, understandably that our principal has his group of friends who has been, going with him. I mean, the LSOT who has been, who he has been contesting this election with all this while. And now that we won, of course, they are the ones that are in charge. So if, going by what he said, that there is no opportunity for, for people to be in government, so to say, that, most of the people have to go out there to do some other things through his empowerment loan scheme, which he wants to do. So my question is, how can we keep the momentum when most of the obedience that have worked tirelessly will not be part of the government of LSOT in Abia, where I know that a delegation can
all right.
make
I think Prince, because of time limitation.
Let me land. A delegation make a courtesy visit and be able to carry us along, because the government is vast. There are ways we can come in. But when our people are murmuring, how can we move ahead and keep the momentum? Because when many people are murmuring, many obedience are murmuring. So where even a call alone from His Excellency can make a difference. Secondly, His Excellency, I want to put it to us that the last result, the sham that INEC announced, couldn't have stayed, couldn't have been upheld if our party leaders and people like you, your vice, and the party leaders would have come in front and make a move. The Nigerian youth would have taken it up from there. At a time, people would now leave the scene, but we take it up from there to say that that sham wouldn't have worked. But in your calm way of doing things, you say, let us go through the process. And I believe that in the next, as we plan ahead, after this stance appreciation you want to do, we will be able to restructure, because the kind of leaders you have in Nigeria are not the kind of you take things cool with. Thank you very much. These two things are the things I've asked. One, how can
okay, your own
reward
is a submission. Prince Solomon, thank you very much. Pilo, please,
Thank
quickly,
you.
1 minute.
Prince Solomon, let me tell you,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate what you said about issue of Abia State and people in government. I continue to say this. If we continue our participation in politics because we want to be in government, we will not get there. People participate in government, in elections today to elect good leaders in the Western world, in the third world, so countries that are working, not because they want to be in government, but because good governance is good for everybody. In fact, often at time, it is better for people who are in business, who are in private space. If it is for us to share what is in government, we are not better than those who are inside there, because it's transactional. I personally have said it every day. God, do not allow me to be part of sharing public assets. That's why I say every day, God, if I take any government resources that I'm not entitled to, punish me and my family, because it is wrong. We must go from that process. My brother, if what you're saying is what it should be, I wouldn't have gone to Anambra State and leave, which let's go to confirm, and leave $150 million, which nobody have ever left, or leave 20 billion. I would have carried them away. Because there's so many people around me who need money. Even now, today now, at the airport, 2 people asked me, why didn't you bring this money for us to share, Peter? And I said, you people are qualified. You can go and contest the election. I will not be. So for me, we must be able, but appreciating people who work is critical. And if they are looking for anything, if a contractor is part of us and is seeking contract, okay. If anybody is doing that, okay. But for me, let's have a better country where people's hard work and talent will match up the opportunity. And people who are going to Canada today is not because they are going to be giving government job or because they just want to earn a living. So that's one. 2, you said you're asking second question. I hope is it okay? Am I okay?
Yeah, his second question is, why did you tell people to cool down instead of allowing them to come and sack INEC chairman and sack everybody?
Well, let me tell you, everybody thinks that you can get anything out of here by force. I'm involved. Let's just go the way we're going. If we do the right things, we'll get there. And I'm determined to be part of it. Remember what I said, I'm not going away. If there's going to be somebody who feel bad, somebody who do this, I can assure you I should be at the forefront of it. But for me, we will do the right things within the laws, and we will get there.
Thank you, sir. Pillow, please, and Fred Okwa.
Okay. Okay. I think it's my turn. It's my turn.
Pillow, please. Pillow, please.
Good evening, His Excellency. My name is Pastor Lawrence Oramado. I want to first of all thank you, as one of the people that benefited and saw your good governance in Anambra State. I have been a part of your governance when I was pastoring in Onitsha. I want to thank you and thank you for this, that you heeded the voice. But I have just 2 major questions to ask, sir. First is how one of the things that Nigeria most of the time loses when we have a government in place is vibrant opposition. So how do we position ourselves to become vibrant opposition, putting the government in seats to work, making sure that, because giving them a push to work will also show Nigerians where they are so terrible. Number 2 is, how also are we going to make sure, like you said, that we don't allow transactional leaders to emerge on the platform of our party under your leadership? Because what they will mirror, like it is said, what followers mirror shows what the leader can be.
You can stop talking.
What followers do shows what leadership can be. So if we have people who are emerging, but they are transactional, but you are talking about transformational leadership, it will be confusing people who are listening to you, watching you, especially those who are in the House of Reps right now and House of Senate, who were voted because they were following you, and most of the people said If they are following Mr. Peter Obi, obviously they are good. So let us vote them, believing that they are going to. And many of them are in Senate now. How are we going to make sure that they actually deliver in their work so that we will be able to show this is what Peter Obi can do if he is given the opportunity based on what people that he told us to vote has done. So I'm asking two questions. How are we going to make sure that such people who are, money conscious, transactional leaders do not emerge with your name or emerge on your platform or emerge with in your movement? And secondly, how are we going to make sure that the ones who are already there are already delivering, are going to deliver in the next 4 years? Because what they do will be a mirror image of how the world and how Nigerians will see what you can do. And those are my two questions, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Law, this is when you're starting this type of thing, it is a work in progress. You're not going to change everybody overnight. I'm happy you're a pastor. So as a pastor, I'm sure, Lord, if people believe in the Bible, you won't be a pastor today because nothing has changed in the Bible. That's what they read day in, day out. And the pastor is what you preached last year that you're still preaching. So if people were listening to you, by now they will have all been converted. But the reason why you continue to do this every Sunday, every day, is that you must keep preaching and talking. Otherwise, year on year, Pastor, you're saying the same thing. You're not saying any new thing. There's no new Bible. There's no new book. It's not as if this one is written by Peter. The next Bible is written by OK or Law. It's something that you've been preaching for people to be of this. So you continue. So it's a continuous work in progress. You continue to convert, win souls, something it is politically. For those who have succeeded and are in that thing, it's the same thing. You continue to preach with them. Even those who were disciples of Jesus, he was preaching to them every day, telling them again, over and over again, and they had one that sold him, that betrayed him. So it is the same thing. We will continue to talk and talk and talk and everything. However, let me tell you, a legislator have nothing to do with issue of having a leader who is committed. You can't use them as an example. Lord, I'm happy you said about being part of what I did in Anambra State. I can tell you, often leadership, good leaders are alone. They're lonely. Because it must be what you believe in that you're doing. And you have to do it from your heart. Something you're committed to. Even as we are in this program, Lord, there's people who will say in their chat, if you read it, you bloody thief, you bloody corrupt man, you bloody this and everything. Because not everybody believes in what we're doing now. But you don't need to question. I do tweets and say, oh, we shouldn't use this amount of money to do this, do this. And people are challenging, even when you give empirical evidence of how you applied your money, even when you give empirical evidence, this, Dr. Law handed over in Anambra State publicly. So everybody knew that any money I said I left was there. All the bank MDs were there. But people will still tell you, you're a criminal. But what they don't know is that no criminal sees what he can steal and keep it. That's why even in your church, people come and steal phone. Because it is in their character to steal. It has never happened anywhere since mankind started that a thief saw what he can steal and keep it. I've been in the financial system, I've been in everything. So, but in Nigeria, even if you keep it, oh no, it is not. And it's a transactional space because the values people respect today are not in celebrating those who have character, who are competent, who have integrity. It is still a situation where you celebrate criminality. So it's work in progress. I assure you, we'll continue to talk and talk. God willing, we will continue to change.
Thank you very much, sir.
Moderator, you have to let me go.
Yes, sir.
People, we're going to talk soon.
Yes. Thank you very much for creating time to join this meeting. And of course, we are looking forward to more productive meetings in the future and have more time to spend to take a lot of questions. So thank you very much, sir. We really, really appreciate your time. And let me say that I think one of the comments you alluded to were not directed at you. I think it was directed at the gentleman who was who asked question with regard to why Alex so they have not given them appointment after working so hard. So I don't think, yeah. So thank you very much,
well,
sir.
Fine. I just read the chance. We don't know who is directed to, so maybe you who is managing it know who is directed to. But like I said, let us work as a family. There's a lot we can do. The country belongs to all of us, and we must do whatever will make the country be good for everybody, have opportunity for everybody. But I thank you people for this meeting and urge you to continue. We will, like I said before, we will go around, thank people, encourage them, and we'll take suggestions. Where we don't know, I will soon start even some interviews, do Twitter space, which I promise people I will be doing every other month. I've not done it now, which is not what I said, but I'm going to be able to still plead for their forgiveness and this thing, and we'll continue. But I assure you, we'll be able to come out better. And one day, be in position to do what will shock Nigerians.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Every other, thank you very much, sir. We are still moving on with the rest of the program. So, Dr. Justin Kingland, that is your session now. Yeah, about discussion on building bridges for posterity.
Yeah, excellent evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for joining us this night. And I also thank my boss and my good brother, Chief Valentine Ozigbo, for joining us as well. Thanks to all the members of the COPDEM and the other obedient for joining this night. Let's go straight to the next program. Engaging Nigerians in diaspora to create a more
productive society and a prosperous society for all. With the current situations happening in Nigeria, ranging from harsh economic issues, insecurities, and high level of unemployment amongst our youth, you see that it's very, very important that we engage the diaspora, because they influence, they can influence the growth we need in the grassroots as well. Engaging Nigerians in diaspora will influence national, not only our growth, but national economies in several ways, including remittances to family members in their home country, foreign direct investments, entrepreneurial endeavors, the facilitation of trade and the transfer of knowledge, skills, and all that. Also, the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy, COPDEM, has taken it upon themselves to be in the front of these developmental giant stride that will stand the test of time. And we are going to gear up, and we are just coming up, and we believe we can do more, because we know and this is the first time, the first of its kind, this kind of thing happened. And we thank God for bringing a man who is very, very, not only prudent, but a man of truth, a man of wisdom, a man who actually, through him, a new Nigeria will come. So just like a few weeks ago, Nigerians witnessed the highest level of the demeaning of the Nigerian democracy by the Nigerian judiciary. And, you know, it got me asking myself, are we still in for a smooth ride in Nigeria, or is this still the same Nigeria that promised her citizen absolute democracy? So, in one voice, we call all Nigerians in diaspora to join hands with COPDEM to create a more productive society and prosperous society for our dear Nigerians. I think we can do more of this, just like most of the comments are read on the comment section. Some are not entertaining at all. Some are not friendly. Though it is what is supposed. It is what it is, because we know that we all cannot have same belief or same. We all cannot have same belief and same interest, if per se. So it is what it is, and we are going to see. We are not going to say we can't see such things. It will be coming at a while, because not everyone believes in what we believe. But at the same time, as time goes on, maybe they need more conviction from us to make sure that those who are falling apart are those who likely that doesn't have that same level of understanding or see what we already are seeing. They will be able to make up their mind and join us fully in taking this stride further for a greater height. So I still remain my humble self, Ambassador Justin Kingland. Thank you very much, right. And I hear the mic.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kingland. We have 4 items that's remaining. Can we hear from Mrs. Mary Atwey, please? A recap of what His Excellency Mr. P2B and His Excellency Mr. Valentine Ezigbo give just a brief recap of what they told us tonight, and then we will have Mark Ben Edam to thank our special guests, and then Mr. Chinoso Huche to tell us next steps and future actions, and then we'll take brief insight from those who want to make comment 2 minutes each. So let's take it in this format. First, Mrs. Atwey, are you ready to tell us what you got from what Mr. P2B said and what Mr. Valentine Ozigbo said. Are you here? Okay, Mark Ben? Madam Atue, are you here?
Yeah, I was just trying to unmute myself.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has been able to be here today. My name is Mary Atue. I'm part of COPDEM, and I'm hoping that anyone who's here who's not part of COPDEM needs to join us to get to help us bring Nigeria to where it needs to be, to help us build a Nigeria that we all deserve. I was meant to recap what P.O. said, but then most of what P.O. said was him answering questions from people. But then if I go back to what Valentine said, it is our responsibility. We have to be good followers. We have to be good followers. We need good leaders, but we have to be good followers. And that's the take away for me from everything he said. Because we cannot give what we don't have. And the first step is selflessness. We need to love Nigeria more than we love ourselves. We need to be willing to make sacrifices. It might be financial, it might be time, it might be opportunities, but we need to give something back. You know, Nigeria has come a long way and in the wrong direction. So we need a lot to get back onto the right direction. And the first thing that we have to give is time, is sacrifice, you know. So he also wants us to be in charge of to be militants, if you like. But what I'll say most importantly is COPDEM is here to bring Nigeria what it deserves.
Your bomber clot.
Sorry? The best thing you can do is to join COPDEM and let us fight this fight together. Thanks very much, P.O., for coming. Thanks, Val, for coming. Thanks, everyone else, for coming and making tonight positive and possible. Hopefully, going forward, we'll work better to get ourselves in Nigeria that we all deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Atue. Mark Ben? Mark Ben? Mark Ben, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I can now.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. And it's really an honor standing in here to say thank you to everyone who has come, especially our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, for finding time to join us tonight out of the very busy schedule he has. My name is Mark Ben Idem, and I'm speaking from the UK. I want to also thank Mr. Valentine Ozigbo, who had really taken his time to give us a very beautiful talk. And I must say I have a take-home from what he has said. I was silently listening, and I picked a whole lot. And I also want to thank everyone who made our time to join us here, from the organizers, from those who are piloting, those who are hosts, who are recording, to every other person who has even left messages, chats, questions, comments, or what have we. I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you, and I pray that God will lead us home, even now on our beds, that will sleep very well and wake stronger. And I also pray that we'll find the courage to keep pushing until something happens. I want to say thank you once again. My name is Magden Idem. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Chinonso, please. Mr. Chinonso Ohuche. Mr. Chinonso, please, in your speech, can you also address how one can become a member of COPDEM? I'm seeing a lot of questions on the forum in that area. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for obliging us to attend the event tonight. Special thanks to Mr. Val Ozigbo and His Excellency, our principal, Mr. Peter himself. On the next steps and future plans and actions for us to take towards the emancipation of our country. As COPDEM, we have dutifully in the past couple of quarters in this 2023 work hard all across the country from the grassroots bottoms up to grow our membership. Because to almost every point that was raised tonight is about how do we get the obedient movement to act more decisively, timely, and in a more coordinated manner. And now that all the electioneering questions has been wrapped up, almost everyone is thinking about probably going back to their day jobs or focusing on their families and businesses or other priorities they have. COPDEM has deemed it very fit to serve as the new vehicle for us to pursue our common interests and common objectives, which is to usher in a new Nigeria and to provide a platform where everyone that believes in the obedient ideals and values of our principal, Peter Obi, to be able to work together with a unified front and pursue the things that will help us ensure that whatever it is that transpired this year at all levels of elections and electioneering process will not repeat itself again, whereby we're having to struggle to believe in a judiciary that is grossly compromised and have no meaningful values to aspire to. And so in line with this, we're encouraging everyone to join COPDEM as the new frontier and the new vehicle to bring into being and to total fruition the new Nigeria that we've all been praying for. Now it's no longer the time for praying, even though we are admonished to pray without ceasing, but faith without works is dead. Now is the time for action. We cannot afford to put it away and say until 2026. If we start now, we stand a stronger chance and a better ground. Everybody has spoken to this point, how that we outdid ourselves in a period of less than 1 year. We were able to shake up the entire polity, shake up the entire cabal, and the people that thought that they are indispensable in the Nigerian politics. It leaves to the imagination what we can do when unified or when collaboratively working together better in a period of 3 years, just before the next presidential election. And along those lines, we encourage everyone to visit our website, visit our local state chapters in your various states or countries of residence, and identify with us, join the website. However you got the link to join this meeting, it's also very easy to request the website where you can go sign up to become a member of COPDEM. It does not stop you from identifying with any other thing you believe in, whether it's a support group or any other kind of political party. But this, as the name implies, is a coalition of protectors of democracy. So if you pride yourself as a protector of democracy, whether in diaspora or in Nigeria, COPDEM is the right platform for you to lend your voice to, because the synergy that we would have when we are all bonded together is far more incomparable to what we can do individually, whether as a support group or as a political party or whatever else we choose to identify as. And so we have set up structures both in the LGA, in the political, in the polling units, and the state levels, and we're asking that you identify with these structures to begin to make whatever meaningful contribution you can make to the cause of protection of democracy in Nigeria. Some of the goals we have that we will be pursuing in the next coming months and years prior to the election includes championing electoral reforms. We all saw how the judiciary has no precedence at all to whatever they have said before, and they have no obligation or interest in upholding the rule of law. They are only interested in promoting their own interests. And so it's important that we unify and fight for a proper reform to the electoral laws that can help promote credible elections and ensure that the people's mandate and the people's interest is what is being heard and not being distorted. We also intend to pursue judicial reforms through the legal systems and through the legislative arm of government. We intend to pursue massive grassroots education, mobilization, and empowerment. Education would include education as we know it, but also sensitization to our civic responsibilities, especially for those of us that are in the rural areas who rarely identify with their civic responsibility, except for when elections are around the corner and all they know is to accept bags of rice or cups of salt and beans because of the level of poverty that is in the land. And of course, integrated into this program is empowerment, because part of the reason that a greater portion of our populace is selling out is because they have nothing to do. They have nothing to aspire to, no inspiration at all. And so COPDEM have several initiatives in the pipeline to help empower these multifaceted poor people in getting a better life for themselves, such that once they have escaped that survivalist instinct of what to eat, Maslow's hierarchy of needs sets in, and they start thinking of how to get a better life and not just how to eat. And they can be able to understand the importance of their civic responsibilities from the educational programs we would have across all grassroots levels to educate them on how they could contribute to make the country better. We also intend on building strategic alliances and partnerships across civil societies and any other kind of political associations that share our common ideals for the new Nigeria. And then, of course, we're targeting the youth, most importantly. The Gen Zs, by the time we're up for the next election, a very good part of them would have been out of college and most likely jobless. So the goal is to laser focus on how to help channel their energies into right courses, such that they are not being railroaded into crime and all other vices in the society. And by the virtue of being able to harvest them young out of school, we might be able to get them to put in the right level of participation that will be required for us to secure a meaningful victory for the new Nigeria in 2027 elections. Last but not the least, we're intending to build an independent, structured election machinery, right? And of course, this could be interpreted in so many ways, but the most important parts are for us to be aligned to these new ideals and goals of the obedient movement and the new Nigeria. And we can all agree on what we want our independent structural election machinery to look like, such that to so many questions that has been asked tonight about the Labour Party, we're not just limited to any party at all, but we see ourselves as a movement that is able to swing votes in any state and in any LGA, in any segment of the country, and we can decide that this is how we want things to be, and we will see it done. So again, we encourage everyone. Nigeria has over 780 LGAs, but so far we have covered barely half of that, about 399, most of which are from the middle belt to the south-south region, and some in the north. But we're encouraging everyone to lend their voice, lend their weight, first by joining by yourself, for yourself, in what we're doing in the movement, and then encourage others in your network to do the same, because two good heads will always be better than one good head. And of course, a lot of states, ESCOs have been formed already. We're asking for those of us who haven't found themselves in those state ESCOs to ask the right questions to whoever brought you to this meeting, and you will be introduced to your state of interest where you can actively participate in COPDEM programs at the executive level and help us achieve our goals and vision. Thank you everyone once again for joining tonight. I'll hand over the mic to the moderator.
All right. We are now in the session where we invite brief insights from anyone who has a comment to make. If you can please restrict it to a maximum of 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. Chikwendo, please. You can unmute yourself now. Chikwendo.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, my name is Chikwendo, and I'm speaking from London, England. I would like to thank the COPDEM for putting together this interactive evening. I'd like to thank Honorable Valo Zimo for his expose, and the very last speaker made some very interesting points, which I'm going to then peel back from. If I start from his point that COPDEM intends to articulate an independent election machinery, strategic machinery, and considering that you've got your work, your dint of hard work, you have the current reach over half of the nation in Nigeria as you have. I must say that that's very impressive and well done to all of everyone. However, what troubles me is, as we're all aware, the only means of participating in bringing about any electioneering in Nigeria as of today is via a political party. And most of us here, and especially all the speakers, have indicated that we are all sold and participants of the ideals of our principal, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. And when we put that together and then also consider that electioneering is a matter of numbers, a lot of the contributors were quite troubled by having any assurance that those who are elected will continue to actualize the vision and the ideals. It brings me back to the fact that we really have no choice if we really mean to bring about the Nigeria that we are all speaking towards. If we don't join the existing political party that our principal currently is in, it is the Labour Party currently. And if we are going to have any real hopes of having the right sort of candidates that will then go to the polls, then we must join the party from our various coalition groups. COPDEM right now is doing a great job in terms of the community interest, benefits of educating the people and all the wonderful visions. But if we are not in a political party, if we wait only until the day of poll, like the last speaker said, right now COPDEM is not in any party, but because of your numbers, you are able to influence the votes. But how about joining a party that exists now, that our principal is currently in, and then influencing even the very delegates, influencing even the people that will then emerge as flag bearers. And we heard him say that his vision is that interviews more or less will be conducted. So what I'm saying and what I'm hearing is, we will not do ourselves any favors by continuing to divide the votes. When you look at the election result sheets, there are so many parties. But if we are to consolidate and at least join the one where he is now, the good thing about COPDEM existing as a coalition group is that if for any reason he moves, then the group can move. But for now, he is in Labour Party. So asking whether he I saw on the chat, sorry, I'm taking a bit of time, but it really concerns me and I think it's important. We really have to consider this. I saw in the chat somebody saying, oh, can we ask PO if COPDEM can register as a political party and then he becomes our 2027 election flag bearer? I don't think that's the way forward. Let's join where he is. Right now, everyone is calling for Labour Party to have a convention. If all of us join, then who would the delegates be? Then we'll have a real chance of actually having people within the Labour Party that have the vision and the ideals. We're all complaining that currently Labour Party is still filled with the people from the old mindset. Then what are we doing outside of the party? So let's consider that. Let us consider joining the Labour Party because we have a real chance through the party, because that's where he is now. And if he sees all of us in that party, then that vision will be more realistic than us congregating to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The members of the BOT of COPDEM are here and they are listening. And I'm sure your submissions are being taken well note of. Let me quickly say, however, that many of them are already members of the Labour Party, but still your points are well made and we take serious note of them. Thank you. Alpha Apollo, please let's restrict our comments to 2 minutes once again so that we allow people to, more people to speak. Alpha Apollo, can you unmute yourself? If you're able to do that, yes, you can. Alpha Apollo. All right, official Dan B. I'm certain you can unmute yourself. I have enabled it.
Morning.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Daniel. Daniel Zabran Bagai from Kaduna State. This is my first time actually in a platform like this, so I welcome myself. All right. I want to really appreciate this platform because I listened to it from the beginning and to this very point. I really appreciate. So I just want to encourage. Mine is just really an encouragement because I believe that apart from being members of Labour Party and then being part of the this platform, that's the COPDEM. I believe that we need to understand that we are human beings and that every individual has an opinion about a particular thing. I just wanted to draw our attention to the fact that I noticed that some people were making very nasty comments on the chat fora. You know, you see some very funny people making comments and other people are responding as well. I want to just encourage us to know that not everybody that is on this, in this meeting rather, is actually here to further the ideals that we have in our minds or the ideals that the COPDEM has. Some people are sent here to, some people are sent here to be Confucianists. Some are here to bring negative ideologies in order to put negative thoughts in the minds of people. So I want us to, in our addresses or in our responses to such kind of people, let them understand that we have values. We have values that we carry, and we have some virtues that we can actually share, and we can find a way to actually teach them these things so that when they go back to whoever push them or send them to come and be Confucianists, they can actually give them a different message from what they actually came to see. And I want to really appreciate the last person that spoke. That's I don't know if it was a doctor, but as Mrs. Chiwendu, she said something very important. And these are some of the things we are trying to preach is to encourage some of these groups that are not part of the party, that were created outside of the party. So talking about the support groups, like from Kaduna, in Kaduna State, we have this issue of so many support groups that are not incorporated into the Labour Party, which for us is a challenge, and it's bringing serious disunity. You understand? Ideologies of people carry different ideologies, and a lot of times people want to have a kind of a power, and because they cannot have such powers, they feel that they should just stay where they are and do what they do. But it doesn't really matter whether you are part of the ESCOs or executives of the party, because I'm part of the executives of the party in my local government. So, but what we're trying to say is that if we can incorporate, if they can incorporate themselves into the party, it would go a long way to see that we build the party to where we want it to go. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Point well made. We'll take note. Dr. Anita? Oh, I think Dr. Mo G.J. has left. He was next in line. All right, Dr. Anita, please. Chukwudi is still there now. I think, Chukwudi, you are next in line. Suddenly, I didn't see your hand again.
I think I've lost his
Okay, that's all right. I just I felt that today probably has been a prolonged day, but let me just drop a very few notes. I just wanted to use this opportunity to thank everybody for coming, especially our special guest, Mr. Ozibo, Valo Ozibo, and our principal, Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi, for really making out time. It's been a very challenging moment for everybody, for obedience. And it has been a very, very roller coaster for us going through what we have actually dreamt for a better Nigeria and what we are getting at the moment. It's a very huge transition for us, and these are huge. So it hasn't been an easy journey for everybody. But what I had wanted us to take into account and also consider is that obviously as obedience, before now we don't have anything to work with. Everything was kind of a de novo, but right now we understand what our challenges are. Right now we understand, because we are doing at the battlefield. How the people win war is by strategizing. Now we have actually been on the battlefield. We've seen our challenges. We know what it feels like. So our main thing is to go back and correct our wrongs. Nothing is perfect. We had a good race. Who would have thought that within 1 year of raising these new soldiers of obedience, that we're even able to create the awareness we had and do the amazing successes that we had within the short period of time? Yes, we didn't have the ultimate victory, but still, it just tells us that there are few things that we need, with the knowledge we have right now, that we need to re-strategize and come back better, not losing hope. So one of the main things that we need to focus on was the things that happened during the campaign and the election. Our major issue has always been duplicity. We duplicated ourselves. We split ourselves into multiple folds that we are unable to focus and then have that energy to be very effective. And I see that almost kind of repeating itself, because the essence of what COPDEM wants to do, we all understand that there is need for a better Nigeria. We all understand that we have the chronics that have narrated that they want things, the status quo they are now, because it profits a lot of people and they can do anything to make it the same way. But for us, we actually, if we don't come together, if we don't fight together, we are going to talk about this problem and we are not going to have a solution to that, right? So this is an opportunity for us. COPDEM has provided a very wonderful opportunity for us to stick together as obedience. We might be different in tribes, in religion, but our principles, we all have one thing in common. We want a better Nigeria, and that is a common goal that is able to unite us and make us stay the same. Multiplying ourselves into different, like a support group that was effective at the time, this is the time for coalition, and forming that very strong body that will be able to impact and do better. A lot of questions were raised here, and I really thank people that have been very articulate to decide what is the problem. The Labour Party, the candidature and all that. These are things that we still have time to really marinate and see what is the best way forward. Labour Party is not an easy thing to just dissect in one discussion because there are multiple things that have happened and we have to be realistic about how to go about it. But what I'm advocating is that while we listen, while we talk to ourselves, while we admonish ourselves, our goals should be very, very tight-knit. We can't afford to lose again because now, if we lose again, then we're not wise. We have things, we have the opportunity to watch things and learn from that and get better. So that a coalition is very, very important. If you have been in this meeting, you have known about COPDEM. It is our obligation to spread this news about COPDEM. Let the obedience come back together and work better for a better country. I think that is just a little thing that I want to summarize. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Anita, please. Again, please help us. Let's, you can unmute yourself. Dr. Anita, can you? Let me see whether you can. Okay, try now, please. Dr. Anita.
Okay, thank you. I've unmuted. Thank you so much. I don't know your names, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Anita, and I'm in Nigeria for now. But I want to say that I really, really love and appreciate this platform, and it really brings it's like a light bulb in the whole dark clouds we're having in the country this period. And I really, really want to appreciate our principal for taking our time to be here. I didn't get in on time. I just saw the link suddenly on one of my pages, and I had to just quickly get in. I'm glad I met the meeting. I thought it was over. Now, what I want to say is there's a lot to say, but I'll just be very brief. We have seen a lot of groups come up, a lot of coalition, this coalition, that. There was Big Tent, there was many things, elders and all that. What I want to say is obedience have gone through a lot. So what we're going through right now in Nigeria, I would say is more of, excuse me, post-traumatic stress disorder. People are just leaving. People are leaving, people are psychologically drained. People are looking for a hope and what to hang on to right now. Now, if COPDEM, I'm going to just say this very quickly and very emphatically. If you want to start this off, let's be serious. Yeah, sorry, someone intercepted. We've seen people come up with different initiatives, and it dies down in a short while, and it's really discouraging. So I want to say to all the leaders of COPDEM who have come up to bring this together, it looks like a very nice thing to do. Can we just do it very seriously? So you're going to be in every the person that was counting local government is 774 local governments all over the country. If you want to put that and put schools everywhere, let's do it very seriously. And I heard what the other lady that spoke talked about political parties. I actually saw the division during the election where a governor divided the obedient movement into two, obedience for this, obedience for that. And suddenly the very formidable obedient force, which was there for the presidency, was torn apart. And of course, the other party won because we couldn't come together. Political parties tore us apart. Now we need to have a focus. So if we want to stay in Labour Party as a vehicle, we need to face it. If we're going to say any political party, we're going to divide ourselves. We saw it happen in Enugu, where some obedience went to PDP, some obedience went to Labour, and of course we didn't know where we were at the end of the day. We got a certificate forger into the office, like we have in the presidency. So we need to be serious and be more strategic, because now everybody's waiting for something good. If you're going to do something good, let's do it with everything we got. Put everything we got into it and get it to work. And the enlightenment should begin right now from the grassroots. Every single local government, every single town, city, all over the country, we need to change the mindset, because these evil guys use people. So if the Nigerian people are not in the same bed with them, they won't have anybody to use. Take away the supporters, they are powerless. So if we have people when like now, you tell people to not to be transactional in the mindset to change Nigeria, then I'm sure we'll move forward. I'm just gonna stop here. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Barrister Tim Ubuagi, please.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you again, all of you, for what has been organized. My a debt of gratitude to His Excellency, who was able to be here with us, and my very good friend and schoolmate, Val Zibo. I thank you all. I just want to make one or two comments because I know people have been here for a long time. First of all, is that just aligning myself with the previous two speakers, Nigerians and the youth in particular. In fact, some of us, as early as we are, some of us in our 50s, we felt so low as a result of this election. And I can imagine what youths and all the young people in Nigeria who came out for the Labour Party, how they felt. I'm glad that His Excellency talked about thanking people going back. Some lost their lives, some were men, some have been so disillusioned. So a lot of grassroots campaign needs to be done because it looks like, well, after all that, what next? And people are they feel so fed up, especially the youths that they can't take it, even as adults, we're struggling, to take it in. And then we're talking about the youth. So there has to be a lot of grassroots campaign. And perhaps I have to make more calls after this meeting to see how that can happen to continue to sensitize and keep the spirit alive. That's number one. Number two is that it appears to me, and it is let's face in reality, and what is even happening in the Imo State election, that there is a lot of work in our hands, especially in the area of judiciary. I belong to the legal profession. This is my 30th post-cold year in Nigeria. We'll be able to do something in the UK here. But having said that, there was an endemic corruption. That all the people, I say that with no apologies, but even though that's the area that I'm called to serve mankind. But there's so much. Before it used to be lower courts, but what we're seeing now is unprecedented. If I knew that judiciary would be what it is today, I would not have joined 30 years ago. Would have found another job. Especially, I'm ashamed of this in Nigeria. That's important to make. Now, I think we have to work hard on the judiciary through a lot of campaign. MBA, Nigerian law school, we have to have an overhaul because at the end, the point is that I had somebody say we can't afford to lose again. We didn't lose, we won. But something went wrong, and we know it. All of us know the truth. So there has to be a lot of campaign from law schools, universities, and even the Labour Party members who are in positions of authority, governors, and all that. They have to continue to campaign the judges to clean out in federal house. There are a lot of things. We need to have a lot of work to do. I don't want us to go back to 2027 and have the same situation because we know that until we clean the mess out, the mess is still there. The other thing is we need to do also is, I know that His Excellency didn't want to mention it, but there is what we call passive resistance and anti-violence. We cannot afford to be winning an election and people will just take it away because we're following due process. Due process, when the process is good and correct. If it's corrupt, there's no process to follow. And we have seen it now. It's happening in our eyes. So we have to look at that. There's so much to do, but we need to sit down and really come to terms with reality and begin to do something. Because if we don't, we'll run another race of 2027. They say, we've done it before. We can do it again. We knew what happened with Gandhi when he got independence here. And someone talked about civil right movement in America, which we all know about the history. Something like that is permissible. It's allowed. Val knew when we were in Enugu campus, at some point we did anti-secret court and anti-violence campaign, and we won. We swept away secret court in UNEC in those days, and we got the school going. We were anti-violent, but we got what we wanted. So please, let us think about these things, that we need a lot of work with the MPA, with the law schools, we have to. So, and all those in Labour Party, in positions of authority, like governors and senators, please, let us talk about how to clean the judiciary. If the judiciary had been clean, this election, PW would have been sitting at our sorrow. We would have been happy with a better Nigeria. But we know what happened. I don't have to repeat it again, but there's a lot of work to do. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Barrister Tim. As you have noted from one of our members that spoke that judicial reform and cleaning up the electoral process is one of the aims of COPDEM. So please, can you join us in that because I can see your profile. Is that something you can help us to?
By all means, I'm here to serve. We'll continue to serve. We will serve. I'm willing to serve my country.
Okay, so please, who will contact the barrister team now? Is Kevin still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please, can you liaise and get in touch with him to help us in that effort? So thank you again, barrister team.
The privilege. Thank you very much.
So Kim, send him a private chat so that he will respond, if you don't mind.
Okay, let me send it. Thank you.
Yeah. One God, Enuka, please, your turn. One God. I believe in one God too. I think, yeah, you can unmute yourself. If not, please, I call Christian. We want to take all hands before we go.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, it's Oge God, not one God.
Oh, Oge God, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oge Chukwu.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, okay. Very quickly, I just want to say, I agree with the other lady who said that that question was not so appropriate. Not that it is not the right question to ask. I mean, anybody can ask PO if he would want to ride on their platform. Who wouldn't want Peter to be on their political ticket, on their political platform? But I didn't just think that this was the right place to ask the question. I don't even think if PO had seen it, he would have answered that question, like give a yes or a direct no, but there are places to throw that kind of question to a man whom you're asking to join your political party, but not in a public platform like this, because depending on what he gets to say, if he says a no, you get to feel disappointed. If he says a yes, it begins to look like he wants to betray the party where he belongs to. So it's just not nice to put him in that kind of position where you want to make him feel like he's disappointing some persons or he's trying to betray another group of persons. Then talking about whether he should move into a different party or not, I'm of the opinion that honestly, if there is a better party for Peter Obi to move to, please let him move there. We are talking about what's that convention that Labour Party is trying to put together next year by June, in the next 7 months from now, because when Julius Saburi came to talk on one MMC space on Twitter, he actually gave that date as either June, I think June or July he gave. Now, if you're telling me that I should go and just join the party just so as to be a member and become a delegate when the bad heads, please, I didn't say bad eggs, because we're not talking, the complaints that there is an issue with Labour Party is not that there are bad people, just bad people. We're talking about the leaders. We're talking about leaders here. And just like what I said to some people 2 days ago on a space, I want to repeat it. Whatever principles we hold, it will not change when it comes to the well-meaning Nigerians. It will not change when it comes to patriotic Nigerians, in that if we're saying that a leader like Tinubu cannot be followed and should not be followed because he is not, his head, him as a head is not correct, don't expect that when it comes to a place like Labour Party, if the heads are not correct, once good people enter, they will now change everything. No, the first place to start to change is to remove the bad heads. Then if we're going to a convention to go and replace the heads after those ones have been removed before the convention, yes, you can tell me that that's the way forward. But if you're saying let's go to convention to go and join under the bad heads, then try to see how we can now begin to change, that's a waste of time, because we're going to go through the same cycle by the time we're getting to the next election cycle. Though my own aim is not even for 2027 yet, I'm still here in 2023 trying to see how we can get back our country, right? But I just thought to leave that there, because this is what people have been pushing. Join the party, join the party. Those of us that have joined, what's the way forward? Nothing is happening in the parties because we have bad heads. If Labour Party is serious, they should remove the bad heads first before they call for that convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your points are well taken note of. Next, I call Christian, and then Isaac be Prince Obina Christian.
Yes,
so please. Yes.
Good evening once more. Good morning now in Nigeria.
I don't know. Sometimes some people join a group and they've not really have background information about the group, and they jump into conclusions, start making recommendations. I don't think it should be so. COPDEM has come to stay and is staying. COPDEM is the house, is the home of the obedient movements. This is where we come and feel at home, we quarrel, we settle, we tell ourselves the truth, and we move on. The Labour Party is not like that. You cannot even access their state executive meeting. You understand? So how do you even make a change? When you come, they say, welcome, go to the ward, go to your polling unit, go and join. They are telling you this, knowing fully well that there is nothing like that. So how can you get established in Labour Party? Labour Party, it may look small, but very difficult to penetrate. Please, let's hold tight what we have and institutionalize it. Get it registered. There's no harm. Political party collapse their structure for a candidate. It happened in 2023. AD collapsed their structure. ADP rather. Some other political party collapsed their structure for LP. So it's not out of place, but let's maintain this and hold this tight. It doesn't stop people from still belonging in LP. Because, of course, what we hear as LP activities going on is still this obedient movement that is pushing it. We are the Labour Party officials, even in the national. What is going on? What is going on in this off-cycle election? Have you heard anything from Labour? His obedience are pushing it. So let's not be distracted. We are on the right track. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Isaac Onodi, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I am pleased to attend this meeting. I have been, fully energized that Nigerians are not sleeping. I want to advise our principal, Peter Obi, and other obedient movement. The Labour Party, to me, have served its purpose. Because this set of politicians has created a situation where we have to lose hope in judiciary, on INEC. And if we lose hope on these two institutions, I doubt if there's any way we can work and make a change. I am suggesting that Labour Party, the obedient movement, shall form a coalition of patriotic Nigerians and form another party out of these parties. Because the way things are, law is just an ass. They can use one funny character at judiciary and just give one judgment that will make everybody become an outsider in Labour Party. It has happened in the past. It has happened during the election. They can still repeat that. To fight an entrenched system, you have to be fully prepared. You have to have a plan B. I'm suggesting that Labour Party, because P2B actually woke Labour Party from slumber. Before P2B, Labour Party was just like, a political platform where people that lost primaries of major political parties just went and vent their anger and pretend as if they were running for election. But when P2B came, he gave it a life. So, to me, that purpose has been served. But the line minds being created by these individuals who see Nigeria as their business centers will never allow any useful thing to come out because they only think about themselves. They are not thinking about Nigeria. If you think these parties are very, very strong, they are not strong. Just because they are in power and are using institution of power to create poverty, insecurity, all manner of maladies in Nigeria. But I'm very, very certain that if we create a party out of Labour Party with other prominent Nigerians, we might get what we wanted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Principal, please. Principal. You can unmute yourself, yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, Daniel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prince Philorum. Looking at the theme for tonight, which is engaging Nigeria in diaspora, I'm most respectfully asking the board of member of trustees to ask some critical questions anytime they're in private with our principal. I think some of these questions might not be good in a general forum. Those include, what happened to the strategy documents that the obedience gave him? Why was it not implemented or adhered to? Because everything that happened in this election, we saw it. I remember Savadna backed it up with data, him and his team. And in UCAS, where we gave him a winning strategy document as well. We produced so many electioneering apps that were in use or were quasi-used. So these questions needs to be asked. Who were the people that had his ears at that time that made it impossible for some of this to be implemented? So I'm asking members of Board of Trustees of COPDEM, anytime they're on like a private meeting with our principal, they need to, get some of this information so that we store it as lessons learned. There's no need to start engaging the diaspora if there are intellectual resources we're going to waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll pass on your message. Obinna, please, Okafor.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to really appreciate all of us for the effort we are making. My professional colleague Val Zibo, a chartered accountant, and his own platform in a drug platform. We worked to getting you into Anambra State government house. We'll still get there. I'm happy really for the effort you are making for this obedient movement. We all labored, we worked under the various committees and directorates under the obedient movement. We were disappointed, but I don't believe that we lost completely. We were just robbed. So what we are just doing now is to come back home, recalibrate our system, and see how to go. Now, I've been thinking these various suggestions about continuing with Labour Party and changing the platform. Looking at what is happening in Labour Party with all the crisis we have there, if we are to go by Labour Party, we must take serious steps to ensure that the issues on the ground, the better connection which they use to destroy or divide the party, is sorted out. Then starting afresh would have been a very good one to start on a without any attachment to anything. But I believe that might likely take us a longer route or a long time. Let that be second plan B. And now let's make effort to see what can be done to resolve that other issue that is with the Labour Party. We know there are always going to be people in the system, the Labour Party, on ethnic, religious or national line. If not, that's supposed to be a very strong platform, because in Labour platform should be backing this. So let's put our heads. It's good we are starting afresh. I want to appreciate COPDEM for this effort. Starting afresh, starting on time and start working. While those options are open, between now and maybe next year, we'll be able to know what to do before the Labour Party's convention. But I think we should have our ears on the ground, gather our necessary intelligence to see whether it is something we should go there or should begin to work about registering a new platform. We have a lot of work in our hands. The issue of reform to the judiciary, the issue of education to the people, continuous education to the people. A lot of people are crying now because they saw their rights to this election. So, but it is good. Sometimes I will be saying that maybe we even thank God that this happened this way, because if it has not happened this way, maybe P2B would have been bearing the whole blame at this time. But, I don't know. So what I'm saying is that let's get committed the way we are doing, and can get involved in the party arrangement. It may not be easy for us, but with that option, we'll be able to have a very strong, formidable move. But I would recommend that this meeting will be regular, and let's be as visible as possible out there. Let's hold programs, let's have sensitization to the populace, let people know. Initially, people might be confused about who are behind the COPDEM arrangement, but then understand that this is the team of Nigerian youths. It doesn't have any national religious coloration, but a national outlook. So that's what I will say as we make this progress. And anybody who have any information, you should I don't know whether we have any form of a directorate or departments and all of that. I think I worked with I can't remember the department I worked with again. There were 2 of them during the obedient movement. So Mike was coordinating it. So I know I'm also available to be in any committees. I currently am the president of the Igbo Professionals in Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes, there are departments where your expertise will be needed. Please, Kevin, can you contact Obinna privately to see how he can, help us to drive some of these ideas? And that applies to everyone, please. If you have an expertise or insight or knowledge you feel will benefit, you have seen the terms of reference of COPDEM. So if you feel there are areas where you will help, please feel free to indicate, and Kevin will contact you. We have Christian. More hands are coming up. I don't know. Christian, please. Bosa. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I haven't actually joined COPDEM. I have been a strong member. I'm speaking from Houston, Texas. I have been a strong member, I want to believe, of Professionals for Good Governance. And but it looks like following the result of our effort taking back our country, I just decided we're not going to mourn indefinitely. We're going to pick up the pieces and do the next best thing that Jesus would have us do, because that's always my way forward, is what would he have me do? I think he wouldn't want me to mourn indefinitely or sit on the sideline and just spectate. So it looks like I'm convinced from what I'm hearing today from your meeting that this is where to belong and contribute my widow's mite going forward, because it's never over until it's over, and God has the final say. So I just want to thank you guys, and I am convinced now that I would do the necessary, pull the necessary strings to join you guys and go forward from here. So thank you.
Sorry, Amita. Thank you very much, sir. Kevin, can you please get in touch with him as well? You can also put your contact number on the forum, and if Rampam is there as well, and Femi, so that
Did you guys hear me? Did you hear my contribution?
Yes, I'm saying thank you, sir. Maybe.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. I said thank you very much for your notable contributions. Yes, and I'm saying that Kevin should please contact you.
Yes, thank you.
Chat you up so that we see where we can all work together.
Thank you very much.
Contact. Just chat me up too, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you need anything from me?
I dropped my contact, sir, on the chat room, chat box, so you can contact me. I just dropped it, sir. Kevin is the name, sir.
Kevin is your name. Okay, well done.
All right, Wilson, please. Wilson Kingsley Mr. Okado, please, can we, Wilson, your turn. Are you able to unmute yourself? Let's go to bed here. In Nigeria, it's past midnight already. Here it's getting to midnight.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I just want to Daniel, thank you, and our principal and Mr. Aval, thank you so much for all the speeches and all the people that have contributed so far. I just want to yes, I was one that asked a question on the platform regarding, would Pio, our principal, support us launching a political party and he being our candidate? It's for a reason. We know, I'm speaking from UK. I'm in West Yorkshire. Yeah, we see what's going on with the Labour Party. Many people, we all saw what happened. We saw the message that Dennis posted as regards way forward after the judges did their verdicts, and we saw the corruption. Whilst we are planning for election, they are moving. They are ahead of us. We need to change this whole thing. We know Labour Party is being compromised. One guy came up trying to fight Aslam Abomere. Oh, this, that, in order to confuse people. We know what we are doing here. Nobody in COPDEM is being paid. Everything we are doing it sacrificially because it's one country we have, Nigeria. I might be a citizen of United Kingdom, but I'm still a Nigerian. People are in Australia, America, and everything. We've got dual citizenship. But for crying out loud, Nigeria is not paying me. I'm doing what I'm doing to uplift the people in my own communities. So when we ask those questions, because we know that the system is failed, Nigeria is a failed state as it is, where we are standing. But COPDEM is a hope. We are the blinker. We are the one giving hope to our people. And we are talking about the theme of tonight. So when I was asking that question, I'm not trying to put PO, our principal, in a very, very tight corner. No, it's just a simple, frank question. Like Ozigbo said, we need to ask them questions, let them be accountable to us. If I don't go to Nigeria in the next 5-10 years, nothing goes amiss. If I don't do what I do, people will suffer, but I won't suffer. But that's the essence. I'm saying, look, we know what we are doing here. We are making all the sacrifices we are making here where we income them. But we need to see we will need to see the sacrifices those in Nigeria will make towards us. Yes, like Pio said, he's here for good, and that is it. But the political, he has been an up guy. He was with Ojukwu. He sees what's going on. But at the end of the day, we know that COPDEM, as we are not corrupt. We are not looking for what we can gain. There's no stomach infrastructure we are gunning for. All we want to see is good governance. Let us bring our expertise to our country. I want to establish businesses that I know that I'll employ people that will be honest to do what they need to do. That's what we are gunning for. So the lady that spoke after I sent that question in was No, I'm not trying to put PO in any formal state. The question, what we are doing here is important. Please, our political party, let us create it. If PO can be our candidate, fine. Most of us here wants to go into different, whether local government chairmanship. It's our character, our build. This is a new tribe. Let us create this new tribe and create it well. That's just what I want us to understand, and to let's not Labour Party is compromised because it's not the same thing that it has always been.
Thank you.
Just what I would say. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Kingsley, I think that will be all. Okay, Kingsley and Casimir, and we'll call it today. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for your contribution. We'll quite appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kingsley and Casimir. Yeah, Kingsley, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm here once again. You see, I've been listening, and I heard a lot of people talking about forming a new party so that our principal can ride on that party. Some talking about Labour Party. I think if you look at Nigeria very well, you can never achieve anything forming a new party. You can't even rely on Labour Party. It is for us to actually structure this movement called COPDEM movement in such a way that nobody will be able to win an election, whether in Labour or any new party, without being in agreement with COPDEM movement. Let's give COPDEM movement a structure and a face. We have about 774 local governments in Nigeria and area councils. There should be a face in each local government in Nigeria representing COPDEM movement. There should be a coordinator, state coordinators in Nigeria. There should be national coordinators in US, Canada, Spain, Germany, Norway, and so forth. With that, we can be able, it will be very easy to mobilize funds, because you can't talk about influencing an election, any country, even in this civilized world, without looking at considering funding. Finance is very, very important. And secondly, it will also give us a platform to look into the life and the antecedent of people that Labour or any party will be presenting for us. Because if you form a new party now, anybody with deep pocket will enter the party and they will mess the party up. An average Nigerian is viable. How much more anybody who is interested in politics in Nigeria? Only few of them. So first of all, what you need to do is to build a structure outside political parties. I'm still pushing for it. Let Labour, COPDEM movement should be able to have a central Twitter account. That will even give you opportunity to be debunking some of these stories. Something will happen in Enugu. They will tell you that group of youth will come together with banner of COPDEM movement, and they will endorse a governor that many obedience, or a candidate that many obedience, they are not even, you see obedient, that some will say they are supporting Abga, they are supporting this, they are supporting that. Let us structure COPDEM movement so that we'll be in a better position to negotiate with any party. As a matter of fact, Labour Party tomorrow could be hijacked. It was nearly hijacked in the last election. We saw the drama going on every day in the court. So then, if you structure COPDEM movement, instantly within few months, you'll be able to move your structure into another party and you start operating, because you already have everything it takes. You already have people. If election is today, you already have representatives in each local government representing your movement. It is all about movement. It is all about ideology, not necessarily political party. So I'm advocating for everybody, like with this platform and other platform, let us come together and actually give this COPDEM movement a face. Now that our principal is still the person piloting it, it will help us to do whatever we want to do, and every other thing will be built upon it. That's my own suggestion in this whole thing.
Thank you very much. I will still invite you to join us to build this movement to be a very, very powerful one. Mr. Meko Kadu, please. You can unmute. Okay, yes, your hand was up before. Where is Casimir? Mr. Kadu, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and then it's a pleasure to be with you. Well, I will try my best to be as brief as possible, but the issue in question is that based on the term of the meeting, I will comment on that. That's where my question or affirmation will go. I think the diaspora that supported Mr. P2B were diversified. We are various, including our present organization that we are talking about. Then based on the term of the convocation, I feel like it wasn't specifically to our group, but it was general. And I think it's important that attention be paid to that. Why I'm saying that is because from my own little experience, there were friends, professionals, and persons from different walks of life that understood the message of Mr. P2B. And even those that were other party inclined decided to, follow his principles and ideas. The drama now we are facing is that if things are not done properly, we can see that we have started to lose ground of most of these people, beside many of us that are very resilient in our action. So let me be straightforward. I'm only laying, a background for my statement. The issue now is that we have to choose, or we have chosen a line of action, meaning that of making our group to be independent or to be politically independent in that sense. But since we are still making reference to Mr. P2B, I think he can be helpful in facilitating this relationship. If he can play any decisive role in shaping the present situation of Labour Party, which is often somehow embarrassing. So why am I saying this? If he's still in the present Labour Party that many of us have witnessed without any reformation, I think that will also affect the possible future support that might be given to him. If I may advise him, I should suggest that as we are working to consolidate the organization, he should also work towards reformation of the Labour Party. An instance of such reformation that can englobe this variant diaspora minds and spirits could be that of having a strong policy or principle that can even create political constituency for those in diaspora, considering the role they played in the last experience, political experience that he participated. This is not possible. I am saying this from practical experience because there was a time I've also played a role as expert advisor to the African Union when they wanted to create the sixth region of Africa, which was to be labeled diaspora, African diasporas all over the world. So what African Union did was to make a policy that will include this region. And since then, although presently the only country that is benefiting more from what I'm saying is Ghana. So what I am trying to say, if our principal, Mr. P2B, can put this into consideration of reforming, because Labour Party needs to be reformed for it to attract the similar or more attention or attraction that was given to it last. Without reformation, it will be difficult to have the gains that was given to it last time. So without taking much of your time, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
All right,
Hello.
thank you.
Hello, Elumba.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I've been listening, and
Yes.
just before I leave you guys now, just let me share a few parting words. Again, this is Valentine Ozigbo, for those who may wonder. I have listened very carefully to the comments. There's some I actually wanted to react to, but I think what is most crucial at this point is the debate as to where next, how next, in terms of organizing ourselves. Do we continue with Labour Party? Do we strengthen it? Do we abandon it? Look for which other party? Let me say that in my submission today, I highlighted the importance of the 4 Ps. And in the second P, I actually used the word party or platform. The whole essence is to emphasize that it's not just the party that is important. The platform we have, which is the obedience, is extremely crucial in fostering a better future for us. And for those who are not politicians, you know this already. And if you are a politician, you know that even more. What I'm going to say now. There are 2 stages in an election. There's the first stage where a candidate is chosen, usually through a primary. And then there is then the second stage. A party is the power, is the platform, is the structure that will give you the candidacy, not the obedient movement. But the obedience then takes over, ultimately, again, working with the party to deliver you in the election, because the teeming majority of people that are going to vote you in are likely the obedient more than party members. In fact, it will surprise you that the total number of party membership of any party, whether it's APC or PDP and Labour Party or ABGA, they're usually a fraction, a very tiny fraction to the number of votes that ultimately get people elected. The real voters are the market women, the church members, the artisans, and a lot of these people don't know what you're talking about in terms of party membership. So I want us to understand the importance of both, because this night, our leader actually dropped a very important hint that I am hoping you guys paid attention to. There's usually this dichotomy. How do we manage the party primary well? How do we choose the best of the candidates who meets our criteria? Well, when we talk about those 4 C's, character, competence, the capacity, and some use commitment, some use competence, some use, yeah. When we look at this, how do we ensure that if we see that Mr. A is the right candidate that we need to give the ticket to, but you know, in today's party primaries, money can, outshine. Just like what happened in APC, everybody knew that Osinbajo would have done a better job than Tinubu, but you saw how he bulldozed his way because of money. The question, therefore, is what can be done at a party level? And this does not depend on whether we're using Labour today or form a new one. Even if you form a new one, this same question will arise. I want us to understand that. So it is actually in creating the type of structural change or policy or introducing something in the party's constitution where this type of interview process, the question becomes, who then becomes the interviewer? How do we do the selection? If we're able to evolve such a solution where if 20 of us are interested in governorship of Edo State, for instance, and we can bring all those 20, for instance, we decide, okay, we're going to carry out an independent polling, and we see that this is the best option in terms of the fit. If we are emphatic about zoning, for instance, we say we want a candidate to come from this zone and who has met this criteria, who has some capacity. It doesn't have to be the richest person among them. It doesn't have to be the noisiest, but we know what we're searching for. And we, speak to other key stakeholders, the gatekeepers, the influencers in the communities, and they say, if you give us this man, leave the rest or we'll deliver. If you get all those, then you can actually take a decision and then use the party, whichever party. Now, in this case, Labour Party, make sure he gets a ticket. Because again, as corrupt as the judiciary may be, one thing is sacrosanct. Party primary is the affairs of the party. Once you